Hello, hello. It's been a long time. Okay, let's get this going. It's kind of been a while, so it's hard to get back into it. Okay. Let's watch some stuff while we're building this. Before we do that, let's look for. Not that one. I forgot what book I'm on. We're not on book 2 either. Book 3 here. Oh, there it is, yeah. My bad. All right, so since we're building, I attached that, correct? I'm gonna say I did. Since we're building another one of the sides to the front, I'm just gonna move this onto the bed. So I got more room to work around. Got a few extra pieces from last build. Over there. Tad bit dusty. Tad bit dusty. I'm gonna put my tissue in. There, that'll help just a little bit. You didn't see it, but I made it in the trash. All right, let's go. Excited. Okay. Not delays.
In the modern era of gaming, a lot of games have come out unfinished, and normally this would be a death sentence to these games. However, as the market has evolved and player patience has evolved, players are willing to wait and see if these games will make a comeback. And sometimes they do. Perfect examples of this are Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky, two games that at launch were disasters. But over time, with enough love and support from their developers and their fans, the games redeemed themselves. Today, we're not talking about those games. We're talking about a franchise that is near and dear to my heart. The franchise that got me into gaming in the first place and is the reason why I make YouTube videos to this day. So sit back, relax, grab your popcorn, grab whatever you need to do, and allow for me to explain the redemption of Halo Infinite. Starting from the beginning, Halo Infinite is announced. Halo fans around the world rejoice as they see Master Chief rocking his more traditional armor. And with the mixed reception of Halo 4 and 5, this game could finally be the true return to form for the Halo franchise. And it was expected to come out in 2020. So now we just have to wait. Halo Infinite had its first showcase, and it was a bit of a mixed bag to say the least. In their initial showcase, we were introduced to the new campaign, which looked gorgeous. The graphics looked spectacular, and the Chief, oh my god. Everything looked great until fans noticed this. What the hell is even that? At the time, people just thought this isn't the finished product, so we shouldn't have to worry, right? Right? They delayed the game. It was now coming out in 2021. COVID made everything harder, so it's understandable. Can't wait until 2021 to hop in. But first, let's hear a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Rocket Money. More recently in my life, I've done a lot of big purchases with my wife. We bought a house together, and we're also working on building a back house for my in-laws. So while making these big changes, I had to think about my finances. Thankfully, there's Rocket Money. Rocket Money is an all-in-one personal finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. One of my favorite features is that you can cancel unwanted subscriptions. Thankfully, Rocket Money safely and securely finds recurring charges and cancels unwanted subscriptions for you with just a tap. And if you're like me, who's really bad at budgeting, you can set up a budget. You can set these budgets to automatically monitor your spending and let you know if you're exceeding your budget. You even get these cool charts and visualizations of your budget. And on top of that, you get complete access to your credit score. And Rocket Money will alert you when important changes happen to your credit score and will also offer insights on how to improve it. So if you want to be a little bit more financially secure, download Rocket Money today and unlock even more features with premium. Go to rocketmoney.com/themacroshow or click the link in the video description. Now, back to the video. It's announced that Halo Infinite is being delayed until the end of the year. But some good news, the multiplayer will be 100% free to play, with paid cosmetics, a system that players are used to these days, but never really done before with Halo. They also announced the demo for players to try as well, and many players, including myself, were beyond excited to give it a try. The gunplay felt great, and the maps were so cool. The weapons, the graphics, the music, it was all shaping up to be an incredible game. So as long as there's tons of maps and modes on launch, this game is going to be a smash hit. Halo Infinite released their multiplayer beta a month before the release of the full game. And the beta was great. It had a few maps. The cosmetics were kind of lacking, but we knew the final product on the official launch date would have so much more. The full game drops, and tens of millions of players give it a try. And with weak competition in the FPS marketplace, Halo Infinite was on top. However, although we were no longer in the beta, the multiplayer was identical to the beta. There was barely any content, few maps, no forge, no firefight, no progression system, and the cosmetics were overpriced, while also limiting into customization options. The campaign, however, was pretty fun. It was an open world, but also pretty one note in terms of its aesthetic. You would either be in a grassy forest or in Forerunner architecture. And also, one big problem was that there was no co-op. Was this always the final product? Why does it feel so empty? 343 explained that the game would be regularly updated as a live service, like Fortnite, Apex, and Warzone. It's nothing new, and a lot of these games started off a lot smaller in scope, and over time, they became the games that we know and love. So, okay then, if we just give it time, it will eventually become the game we all want it to be. But the problem was, that day just didn't seem to come. The first season was supposed to be 3 months long, but ended up being a full 6 months long. During this season, there were no significant updates. No new maps were added until Season 2, which also spanned 6 months. By the time the second season rolled around, the player base had fallen astronomically. Halo Infinite was essentially a dead game. The higher-ups at 343 at this point could have just cut their losses and pulled the plug. They could have just moved on to the next project. But for some reason, they didn't. They didn't give up on Halo. They would continue to develop Halo, but something had to change. The first big problem was the engine. Halo Infinite was built on the Slipspace engine, an engine only 343 uses, which would be fine, but throughout Infinite's development, they hired freelance developers. Developers that they would hire to develop some stuff and then let go. So there aren't enough people who know how to use the engine to fix many of their key issues. Issues like adding new maps, changing the UI, adding cross-core. These could easily have been fixed on Unreal, but were overly and unnecessarily complicated due to Slipspace. So one of the big changes they made is they began to hire full-time developers and train them on the Slipspace engine to slowly start fixing Halo Infinite from the ground up. It would just have to take some time. And the next big problem, the higher-ups. This is Bonnie Ross. Her and the other higher-ups had a vision of Halo attracting a broader audience. And in trying to achieve this goal, they alienated fans and simultaneously failed at attracting any new audience at all. And this is pretty obvious with their train wreck of a TV series. She also made promises that were never delivered. She promised players that there would be couch co-op, but that was completely scrapped, disappointing many fans who just wanted to play with their friends in person. 343 desperately needed to restructure, and they began firing a lot of executives and higher-ups. Around this time, the game started to head towards the right direction. Co-op is finally added to Halo Infinite's campaign, and it's great. It's a bit late, but I guess better late than never. And finally, the biggest and most important change came in the form of Forge. With Forge, adding new content became a lot easier and faster. And most important of all, the fans could be the ones to do it. 343 would showcase and even add some new maps that they forged themselves, including a remake of The Pit. Fans were able to create racetracks, Call of Duty Zombies, some of the wackiest stuff that you've ever seen. It is the best Forge has ever been in the entire Halo franchise. Forge took a huge load off from 343, who could instead focus on improving every other aspect of the game as fast as possible. By the time Season 3 rolled around, the game had been out for over a year. But already we were seeing drastic improvements in the quality of the updates we were getting. In this season, we were introduced to a new weapon and a new equipment, showing that 343 was now willing to really tweak the sandbox. And while 343 was adding their own Forged maps into the matchmaking playlists, they finally let fans shine in the community playlist. And while these maps were spectacular, this still really wasn't enough to bring people back to the game. It's 2 years since people got a chance to first playtest, and frankly, almost all players have uninstalled this game and moved on. Even the introduction of Infection just wasn't enough to entice people back. However, 343 added a playlist that would be their first big push, Squad Battle. 8v8s on classic maps from past Halo games created by talented forgers. It's a hit.
I'm actually gonna, as weird as it is, I'm jumping on Halo.
And big streamers are coming back to give this game a try, and some even stay. This game mode almost single-handedly breathes a bit of life back to the game. Around the same time, more and more maps created by fans were being added to official playlists, and the game felt more alive than ever. Around this time, 343 added a progression system. It doesn't really grant the user much at all, to be honest, but we know that they can build upon it. However, one other problem that still has not been addressed are the cosmetics. The cosmetics are tied to their individual cores, and thus fans were severely limited with how they can make their Spartan look, which is the opposite of every other Halo title. A lot of fans rightfully wanted cross-core customization, and while we would receive some cross-core elements like visors, it felt like it would never come. And while the cosmetic side may not seem like a big deal, if they're not selling skins and they're not making money, this free-to-play game is dead in the water. Season 5's announced, and nobody can believe what they're seeing. Cross-core helmets. Firefight is finally coming back. There's AI in Forge. And also, progression actually has a point because there's a free reward for reaching the highest level in the form of Master Chief's armor. There's new maps, there's new modes, all of this packaged in a season that is only 4 months long. With cross-core helmets, the customization options have skyrocketed. Spartans look drippier than ever. And cross-core helmets is just the beginning, as 343 said that they plan on making as many things cross-core as possible. The drip has finally broke free from its shackles. We look so cool. And now there's so many ways to play this game. Do you like playing against a lot of people? There's Big Team Battle. You like competitive? Ranked is right there. There's doubles for you and your bestie. Tactical Slayer for the CS fans. Infection, Free For All, Fiesta, Husky Raid. However you want to play the game, it's all there for you. With tons and tons and tons of maps, both dev-made and maps made by talented forgers. A couple days later, a new Halo 3 playlist has been announced. This will include remakes and reimaginings of classic Halo 3 maps, which look and play fantastic. With the introduction of AI, forgers have already made a fully playable and functioning battle royale. A battle royale that has procedurally generated terrain. That's how powerful Forge has become. There's perks. There's even a gulag. Seriously, you have to try this battle royale mode. It's insanely well made. It boggles my mind that this was made in Forge. With Forge, the amount of creations and ideas are infinite. You see what I did there? And they now even allow for you to gain experience playing custom games. On the Steam charts, Halo Infinite is seeing numbers it has not seen in a long time. The game feels fantastic right now. However, it's still not perfect, but it's getting there. One of the big issues now is that there's a lot of maps. The amount of maps isn't the issue, but being unable to vote for maps, which is something that existed in every other Halo game, including the Master Chief Collection. I think if we just use the same voting system that existed previously, this could solve this issue. Otherwise, you're at the will of the game, and sometimes, especially in ranked, you'll play the same map multiple times in a row. The customs browser, which is now full of custom games, is still a mess. It's very buggy and glitchy, and it can take a while to even get into a game without completely crashing. Desync and matchmaking is still an issue that makes the game a bit frustrating at times, and while cross-core is great and eventually coming, 3 for 3, you can't go back and increase the prices of cosmetics. The prices were finally getting to a point where they were fair, but now they're back to their Season 1 overpriced selves. Even the old cosmetics that you can go back and buy, they up the prices for. Not cool. And besides the final award being Master Chief's armor, there really is no other sense of progression outside the Battle Pass. Leveling up gets you emblems, and that's it. We need some type of incentive and reward for playing this game. Old Halo titles did it really well. They're not reinventing the wheel here. And this is less of a criticism and more of a suggestion, but I really do think that after seeing how good the custom games version of a Battle Royale is, that a Halo Battle Royale is kind of awesome. And if you guys aren't still working on it, please continue. If you're one of the millions of players who played Halo Infinite years ago when it first came out, but uninstalled and moved on, consider re-downloading it and giving it another try. Who knows? You might end up having more fun than you thought. And maybe you just might stay. I genuinely believe that Halo Infinite could go down in history as one of, if not the best Halo game ever made. The gameplay was never the issue. It was everything else that surrounded the game. And we're getting closer and closer to the best version of this game. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you later.
A series which started with labels of being the scariest game in years has in recent times been regarded as a childish mascot horror franchise. In 9 years, the FNAF games have been through major changes and tone shifts, which have revolutionized the FNAF franchise. Why has this shift occurred? Have we just grown up and therefore the games don't scare us anymore? Or is this all a strange paradox? By now, you have probably heard the story of how an unknown indie developer named Scott Cawthon would completely change the horror landscape. The early stages of FNAF were built on a horror survival approach, which tested the player's power management and observation skills. Scott created tension in his game by adding unsettling ambience and deeply unnerving art designs and visuals, which differentiated this game to many other indie horror games at the time. A lot of the story wasn't told to us directly. Instead, we the player picked up the pieces as we played, with clues being spread around the cameras, which is how the community would find the missing children posters, which painted the picture for the game's dark tone. One of NAV1's biggest achievements is how it took a friendly, comforting environment like a pizzeria and turned it into a horrific tense scenario. To this day, NAV1 remains as a masterclass in horror and how subverting expectations can lead to horrific scenarios. YouTubers such as Markiplier, MattPat, and many others would shed light on the game, which brought much attention to the at the time small indie project. The common incentive was that this game was one of the scariest games out there. Scariest of all creation. And at the time it was. It's kind of hard to explain the effect this game had on indie horror games, as the magnitude of change it brought to the landscape is genre changing. This genre change would evolve and, well, would become the blueprint to the mascot horror genre. No one, and I mean no one, expected or saw this game coming, which made it all the more exciting when a sequel would be announced only a few months later. All expectations were high for this upcoming release. Scott acknowledged this challenge and cooked up one of the most genre defining games ever, even more game changing than the predecessor. Nav 2 heightened the stakes with a new expanded cast of animatronics, which was a welcoming addition to the franchise. Characters like the puppet, Mangle, and the toy animatronics would set a more refined and new take on the original cast of animatronics. One of FNAF 2's big selling points was the gameplay change of having no doors. The community had gotten so used to this power conserving playstyle. Scott just threw a curveball, which is something that would happen often with the games. Evolution, as some would put it, changing the games to allow for new gameplay encounters. Without a doubt, the most important feature of FNAF 2 was the lore. This is the changing point, and even to this day, the story of the purple guy is still being shown. 5 kids go missing in the Freddy's Pizzeria. The spirits of the kids get trapped in the metal bodies of the animatronics. Even if you don't know FNAF, you still would probably know about this concept. It simply is such a horrific fate, which drives such mystery to the mascots of Freddy's. Each encounter felt personal, with the hollow endoskeleton bodies flashing rapidly in front of you. This trend of possession and mystery would last up all the way to FNAF 6, also known as Pizzeria Simulator. By now, we had seen multiple dozens of animatronics with a key relation to one another. They were possessed by something. By the end of FNAF 6, we are met with the end, a fire which would free the trapped spirits of the remaining animatronics. This would conclude the main games and give a solid ending to Five Nights at Freddy's, until we would see the inclusion of Ultimate Custom and later the genre changer Help Wanted, where the older games focused on tense gameplay and, most importantly, telling a thrilling story of an insane man. The tone shift would implement sci-fi elements which heavily impacted the way the games felt. Whether it's canon or not, Glitchtrap is clearly the ideology the newer games will take. The idea that mystery is a core component of the story. We don't know who the entity is, but through lore tapes and context, we learn that the entity is simply a digitized William Afton, a character who had been killed and sentenced to eternal purgatory, reincarnated. As you can imagine, is quite puzzling. The story of the original games are now put into question with the inclusion of this quote. The majority of them were total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic, lawsuit pending. But we aren't above laughing at ourselves. Reasonably, this trend would continue and only be elevated in the newly released Security Breach. which was the first time the franchise was deemed childish. Why was this? I mean, the game had toned down the horror elements and instead focused on adding scale and flashy animatronic designs. But is this the reason this game is seen as how it is? Or are we the community the ones who have finally grown out of the mascot genre? From the very start, the FNAF community had found ways to extinguish the horror elements of the games. This is to be expected, as subverting expectations is what made the games so intriguing. Through characterizing the animatronics with the countless of FNAF videos posted online, this would already begin the subversion of the genre. It just wasn't Scott making the calls, and instead we found new ways to view the animatronics, adding stories and meaning the characters to the point of having the pinnacle event of the games, the bite of 87, being now a well recognized meme. Although context is needed, obviously for this case it was the bite of 83, and with Markiplier saying the bite of 87, yeah, you get the point. All in all, are we the ones that caused this change? At the time, FNAF's largest audience was kids, and still to this day, FNAF's largest audience is kids. So when these kids grow up, well, the reputation of the FNAF games become one of being scary. Me being included in this age demographic, looking back, it's clear my perception of the franchise now is that it's a little childish. All good stories must come to an end, and this also applies to FNAF. Once that fire lit, the end of a beloved franchise just wouldn't sit. More games would have to be released. To pull the plug would be killing the FNAF franchise. So, more games would be released, and with so much content and history, the key components of the games would need to avoid repetition and potentially boring the community. Characters like Healthy I find extra interesting, as it's not due to the animatronic being interesting or even scary for that matter, which made it so popular. The entire purpose of Healthy is a meme that is widely known in the FNAF community. Healthy is the first sign of the tone change which would later occur. Its presence is there only for comedic relief and nothing more. The most important feature of Healthy is its personality. Healthy is always upbeat and happy. Before this, only Springtrap had somewhat of a personality, being really naff, and also Baby has a personality in Sister Vacation. But now the mystery of the characters is different. This is where Security Breach comes in. With the community's newly appointed main mascot, it was only time until we would see more human-like animatronics. Introducing Glamrock Freddy. We find in Security Breach that Glamrock Freddy is actually here to help us. In a game that is meant to antagonize these animatronics, finally having a friendly animatronic is subverting expectations. You see where I'm getting at? This subversion of expectation is what causes the common belief in the newer games being less scary. And it's true, not only is having the very things you are meant to least want to come in contact with friendly, it is extremely ironic. It removes a lot of the substance which made the original possessed robots frightening. Whether us, the community, boast this change or this was just a natural evolution of the franchise, it is clear what made the old games scary has been forgotten or simply replaced with new concepts. From where the games stand now, it is clear the direction is heading toward more sincere and sci-fi elements. Quick thing, this video is being scripted before the release of the movie. Hence, I will refer to it in future tense. The FNAF movie is looking to continue this trend, however, pay a homage to the darker roots of the franchise, with the inclusion of a clearly revamped version of William Afton. Will this be a turning point, another subversion of our expectations, or a deeper wound in the already fading horror of a once acclaimed horror classic? In retrospect, the FNAF games are parodies of itself. Ever since the first game in 2014, we see a familiar cast in each installment. Even where the franchise tried branching off into more gruesome and personal animatronics, the over-reliance in showing these characters has given new interpretations of presenting the animatronics. Security Breach is the worst culprit of this. Let's look at the main game and forget the DLC, which I will touch on later. Fanny is an evolution of William Afton's character arc. She is mysterious and isn't really present in the majority of the base game. A character who seemingly was forgotten in the course of their own game. Why is this? If we look into Vanny's origins, we see a common occurrence in this franchise, bringing back old faces to retell already told stories. This all leads to William Afton, the main antagonist of this franchise. Seemingly, at first, he is merely a catalyst to drive more provoking lore to the missing children incident. However, as time grew on, the character was given more depth, and eventually even being voiced by PJ Haywood in Pizzeria Simulator. Through this period, we see an evolution of a character, which was completely disregarded in the events of Help Wanted, with the inclusion of a glitch trap. We see a new interpretation of William Afton, one who is more ominous and secretive. This is a callback to the older games, where characters were shown to be mysterious. This character, for what it is meant to be good, but a key issue in Glitchback is the fact that it is a representation of an already finished character, one whose arc was already established and wrapped up a few games prior. So attempting to reboot the character removes its intrigue and mysteriousness, and instead has people questioning if the franchise can survive without the inclusion of William Afton. This carries on into Security Breach, where again William Afton returns in the form of Burntrap. Like before, the inclusion of this character feels unwarranted and purely there for fan service. This doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. It depends on the context. In this case, we are given a newly fleshed out character whose story is one that puts a nice twist on William's story. Instead of focusing on this newly fleshed out character, the focus stuck to William, who was essentially the mastermind behind the events of Security Breach. This, however, would be retconned in Root, which is why I've left it to this portion of the video. Retcons are actually more common than you think in the FNAF timeline. In fact, it has already happened multiple times, in this case in for and well help wanted. So why is this? Well, simply the story of FNAF is constantly evolving as well with the core gameplay of the games. With new entries to the series comes new ideas, and with that, eventually you run into a problem. The story overlaps itself and attempts to tell a retelling of the older games. This applies to Security Breach and Help Wanted. Games which are setting up new lore end up completely retelling the same story. Glitchtrap is let loose and begins to manipulate Vanessa. Then, in a security breach, Glitchtrap attempts to be put into a physical form, being Burntrap. Its key ideas are that William Afton is coming back for life, and this would be fine if the older games hadn't made it crystal clear he is stuck in eternal purgatory. So, yeah, having a character who is meant to be dead and then be completely rebooted, then being the central part of the newer games can make for a lot of backlash. And indeed, this backlash happened. With a common saying, I always come back, accompanied by this image being a widespread laughing stock for the FNAF community. A character who once instilled Whaddya in the fans is now a joke, and this is well not good. So, Steelwool pulls the plug and retcons this ending. And with that, the Rune DLC begins to save what is a completely insane reboot of the series. This is where the mimic comes in, and honestly, it succeeds in what it was meant to be, actually scary. And I don't mean having 5 layers of razor sharp teeth. Its whole story is one that is unique. Being made of pure love, like it's straight up pure love, being brutally destroyed by the same person that made it as a tragic incident, and now being completely isolated from me. It actually has a clear backstory, and it is a fresh take on this genre, and it's not associated with William Afton. I mean, not yet. So, what does this mean? Well, it means people from early to season 3. However, whether it follows the principles of the game or branches into avenues of storytelling, innovation will always be present, as with a franchise like Path, stagnant ideas will only lead further into the rabbit hole, until eventually it becomes a complete show of it's not that we know what is the game made. It is the community can express the games in a way that feels what has evolved and I believe the key reason for the game's ultimate success is its ability to adapt and change. That about wraps up today's video. If you enjoyed the video, smash a like, and if you don't want to miss out on any
Salutations, everybody, and it's Maddie here today. I hope all of you are doing absolutely fantastic. In today's video, we're going back to Halo. A lot of the videos that have been recommended to me about Halo Infinite, Season 5 content, we're not saying like I dabbled in Season 2, and you've seen my videos going through it. People watch my review calling it a solid entry, noting that the campaign was pretty good, but that it needed more environmental diversity. The narrative, needed some stuff, which we thought we'd get subsequent updates. That's obviously not happened. But the multiplayer was it was a ton of fun. Back to the sandbox nature that Halo's always been known for. It felt better than ever. It just needed more content, which, in Infinite, you think the story and the multiplayer woes would be solved in time. Well, it took a lot longer than we expected. So I've been away from Halo Infinite for quite some time, where I wanted to dive in now. Many people are saying that with Season 5, this is it. This is the turning point that Halo Infinite needed. And it's showing in the numbers, to be fair. It's one of the top played games on Xbox right now. The Steam player count is up. Granted, it's not as high as I personally think you want Halo to be, but it's a step in the right direction. So I thought it'd be interesting to hop in and see if it truly has improved that much, note the major things that have changed here, and maybe help you decide if you want to have this multiplayer shooter installed. Remember, it's free to play, so you can hop in whenever you want. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here and you're into the occasional re-review, if you're in the right place, consider subscribing. So I want to start off with customization, monetization. This is a free-to-play game after all, and while I know we want to get into the meat and potatoes of the game itself and the new updates, I do think this is important to look at because one of the biggest points of criticism with Halo Infinite was not being able to interchange parts that you would unlock across all these different Spartan cores. Now, in Halo Infinite, this is something that you can do. So it opens up the customization a lot more. You're going to see a lot more combinations of different cosmetics that you unlock over the course of time when you're finishing up these battle passes. And this is something that's been asked for since the first early access multiplayer had dropped. I think it was November 15th. So yeah, it's been a hot minute, but they finally have adjusted it, and again, these cosmetics are brilliant. On that note, though, I will say that the free-to-play store, I'm not complaining that it even exists because they got to make money somehow. I do think as a free-to-play game, though, they need to add more a la carte options. You just buy by the bundle in this game, and so you spend upwards of $20, $30 on a bundle of things, but I may just want like the rocket launcher skin and the flood pack. That's one of the things that's driving a lot of people to this new update is the focus on the flood. So yeah, you can get Spartan armor that's coated in flood themed cosmetics. It's really cool. I don't mind that they're charging for this type of stuff. You can definitely unlock it in your battle pass.
But I will just say that I think they'd be smart if they want to make some money off this to sell it a la carte. I was a little disappointed that there weren't many new AI voices added to the game. I remember pre-launch, this is something we were all looking forward to because of the potential there. Like, oh, what if Sergeant Johnson was one of the play-by-play commentators, for example, in your AI, just calling out things that are happening in the game, complimenting your efforts, and it just doesn't feel like they've capitalized on this at all. Maybe a nitpick for some, but I was a little bit disappointed to see that there weren't any kind of noteworthy additions there. But what matters most, to me at least, maybe it's used a little bit different, what matters most to me is content, because that's what Halo Infinite was sorely lacking in. In Season 3, Forge was added to Halo Infinite, and this was where I thought you could start the turnaround, because for Halo to be successful, you need a Forge that is up and running. Those who don't know what Forge is, think of it this way: it's going to churn out a lot of community created content. It's going to turn into official content like maps, modes, and they're just going to spit them out constantly. That's where Halo Infinite is really hitting its groove now in Season 5. You can fire up custom games and find Luigi's Mansion maps. You can find a Nightmare Before Christmas maps. There are so many different ways to play this game now. All these different modes can be customized. All the maps are wild and different. It's really awesome just to go in there, see what people have built. That is one of the special parts about Halo Infinite and its Forge. You don't need to be like a Forge connoisseur. I don't dabble in Forge and building stuff at all. I've never really tried it too much outside of when I was really grinding Halo 3 in like middle school. Otherwise, I just went, you know what? I enjoy what other people are making. They're far more creative than I. Let me just let them cook. But this adds endless content. So much so that Halo Infinite is getting a Halo 3 inspired playlist in the month of November. All the Halo 3 maps being recreated in Forge in Halo Infinite. So you'll be able to access all those maps and use all of them, which is really exciting too. So it isn't just Season 5 and we're done. They're already adding another load of maps in there. And that's important because when you fire up the game and you look at the modes, there's quite a bit here. When you have the new season, you can experience the new season content, which has maps like Prism and Forbidden, which adds a little bit new dashes of color that I think the maps have needed. For example, a little more purple, a little covenant purple there, which I really appreciate. I'm still waiting on those full-blown snow maps because to me, there's just something about Halo and snow. I think it's just my favorite level in all of Halo is Assault on the Control Room from Combat Evolved. I just love that mission as a kid. I played it over and over and over. So I want more snow levels in Halo Infinite, but I think environmental diversity will be the next major step when it comes to the maps in this game. But they have added quite a few maps. More importantly, are the modes. I played one mode which was Tongue Slayer, and so everyone had these plasma coils, and you were hucking them all over the map. You got a grapple guns. You could just zip all over the place, throw these big barrels of plasma at your enemies, and cause massive explosions. The game is still extremely fun to play. I had a really nice reactive moment where I had the reflector going on. I'm apologizing, I forget what the name of it is, but anyway, some dude was about to throw a plasma coil my way to Slayer, and I bounced that sucker back. I will say that Halo Infinite is probably your best bet right now to get your feet wet with some Halo content, only because I tried going to MCC after this, and I always forget every single time I fire that thing up. With the amount of people who've been playing Halo 2, 3, and so on constantly for years and years and years, you're gonna get spawn waxed and I felt like I had the biggest skill issue of all time when it came to going back to Master Chief Collection. So I will say, if you're looking to finally dip your toes in the Halo pool, maybe you've held off for this long, maybe you're a new Xbox owner or whatever, I would start with Infinite, truly. I feel like it's the more easy entryway, whereas Halo Master Chief Collection, like I was playing King of the Hill and just getting spawn sniped, I was getting destroyed. It wasn't even close, man. Like, I looked like I had never picked up the controller before. This is the kind of experience you'll get sometimes because a lot of people are playing it are vets. So it's a good time to hop into Halo Infinite, where I think the skill ceiling is still getting there, if you will. Plus, Halo Infinite, and by the way, Master Chief Collection does do this, supports plenty of fun, casual modes. There was one mode that I played called Husky Raid, which uses these Forge-built maps, and it's just one vertical lane. You get random weapons on spawn, so everyone's destroying one another as you play pretty much a very straight back and forth match of capture the flag. I like this mode a lot because you just get in the action quick. It's fun. It doesn't feel too serious. And again, for someone like me who hasn't played Halo Infinite since the top of 2021, my aim was horrible. I am definitely not as good at Halo Infinite as I thought I once was, and so I was getting beat up pretty bad when I was like, let me just keep Slayer. Like, I can handle this. Like, my eyes were bigger than my stomach, if you will. So yeah, new maps, new modes, lots of content. Do I think this is the time to play? I think it's the time to try. I do put it that way because I don't know if Halo is going to turn into your grind right now, but I feel like they're one big expansion away from turning a lot of heads. And I'd rather pull your attention to it right now as something to start watching. Because Halo Infinite, while I know it's got dragged throughout the years, I think a lot of people do forget, and I could be guilty of the same, how fun the game is to play. And that's why I'm saying they're one big expansion away from turning heads because now the content's rolling. That's not really a problem anymore. Like every season's been coming out steadily after that season 3 delay. They did tell the truth that they're trying to get things in motion and they're trying to get some consistency and find stability. And so seasons 3, 4, 5 were delivered at their announced dates, and they've had a lot of content. And season 5 was definitely the biggest yet, and obviously noted a lot of major changes. You'll also note that there are changes from previous seasons that you may have forgot existed, like a general leveling system is now in the game. That was something missing at launch. No idea why it wasn't there in the first place, but it's there now. I need to borrow a talking point from my co-host in the Finding Duke Lord Cognito, but as a major Destiny fan, he always talks about the quote Taken King moment, the moment that brought a lot of people back to Destiny, brought a lot of new players in, and reinvigorated the fan base, and surged the player count. It was like that leaping off point. I think some people are overselling that season 5 is the major turnaround. It's like this is the beginning of the comeback to me. They had to claw and scratch their way into this position, 343 did. But now that they're finally here, where people are noticing, okay, yeah, you turned the corner here. Now they're an update or two away from where people are going to start really taking notice. Remember, there was those rumors that Certain Affinity is working on some sort of battle royale mode for Halo Infinite, some sort of spin-off mode, which is something that has been added into the custom games, which a lot of YouTubers have been playing. So I'm curious how that will compare. But that was reported years ago now at this point. So who knows what it ends up being. I will say my biggest disappointment with Halo Infinite lies in the narrative. I know it's been reported many times that there isn't any sort of story DLC ongoing. And that's a shame because while I understand as a free-to-play game with monetization, this is where the bread is made. I do think Halo is one of the last standing shooters where your story really matters. And I thought Infinite got a lot right in capturing Chief as a character, how he speaks, how he interacts with people around him. A lot of that story was left unfinished. Many of those cutscenes were just one shots of the camera rotating constantly. This field was put together with Scotch tape in some areas, and when you put together that with a lot of environmental repetition, which I found disappointing, and I say that as someone who my favorite Halo game, for those who don't know, is Combat Evolved. I absolutely adore that game. The second mission in the game where it's very vast and open and explorable. I mean, that's pretty much the touchstone for the entirety of the Halo Infinite campaign. It all looks like that. What made Combat Evolved so special to me is every mission has a visual flair, from silent cartographer to something like Assault on the Control Room and the 343 Disney Park. You have a different feel per mission. So to me, I just feel story is so important to Halo, and with a title like Infinite, and a story undone like Infinite is, I wish that they kept going on this. But it feels like the focus is just get the multiplayer right, and we'll see it in the next game. It's not the worst decision in the world, just because when you think about where Halo is at, I think as a flagship series, there needs to be some time to miss it. I think Gears of War is a perfect example. I know people have hit or miss opinions on Gears 5. Especially the first half of that story, some of the best Gears you play. The second half, I'm much more lukewarm on. But it's been long enough where I miss Gears. I'm ready for Gears 6, and I can't wait for whenever that one rolls around. So I think Halo could benefit from a lot of that. I think it could create a lot of hype. I think it's multiplayer. It could help create a lot of forgiveness. So just know I wouldn't expect too much with the campaigns. If the multiplayer is there, it's great. They're adding a lot in. They're adding more by the time you see this video. There will be more on the way. So I think it's a good time to start checking out Halo Infinite, as I believe they're starting to mark their major turning point, where we have to be in range of some type of major announcement. Think about all the summer showcases Xbox has thrown on. Halo really hasn't had a presence there yet at all. There hasn't been any big announcements. 343 is just been quietly in their corner doing their thing. So I think that's a smart call for when there is a time to show off what's next for Halo. Let it be a big announcement. The fact that I personally feel that the flagship IP for Xbox in the future is going to be Elder Scrolls and not Halo is pretty sad when you look at where this franchise started with Bungie back when the original Xbox first launched. It still get back there. I've never let that possibility go, but Halo's still got some work to do. Overall, though, I enjoyed my time. Do think it's worth a look. It's still a ton of fun, and with the new maps and modes, you'll have plenty to do here. So I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts down below. Are you playing Halo Infinite? Have you never left? Are you back? Let me know. With that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I will see you in the next video. Be sure to follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram. Those links are in the description down below. And a big thank you to all the patrons, all the members, who continue to support the hack of this content here. Stay safe, stay active.
In RPGs, we play to be the hero of the world. But sometimes, play to be the monster. Many games give us the freedom of choice. If we want to go on a killing rampage in GTA, we can. If we want to disarm a nuke and become the town savior, we can.
You did it, didn't you? You disarmed that thing.
If we want to arm and detonate the nuke, well, we can do that also. Our playthrough can be whatever we want them to be. Good, evil, it's up to you. Embarking on a good playthrough is easy. Be nice to everyone, don't kill innocent civilians, don't steal. You get the idea. But taking on an evil playthrough is the opposite of that. In some games, it's easy to do these things. GTA is a prime example of a game that allows you to be a sinister character and not feel awful about it. In that game, killing sprees of innocents is hilarious.
No way! I'm not gonna do it! Do whatever you want.
Being chased by patrol cars and helicopters as you reach 5 stars is thrilling. Stealing cars is a joy, and pointing guns at people gives the player an incredible sense of power. Even though these things are downright horrible, no one thinks about them. Players are smart enough to understand that it's just a game. You can disconnect the real life morals from playing, but for some reason, the same cannot be said for other games. In games like Fallout 3, you have that same freedom, but the feeling is entirely different. You can kill everyone and steal whatever you want, but it comes at a high price. Living dangerously in these RPGs isn't really what players want to experience. So it got me thinking, why is it easy to be evil in games like GTA, but hard in other games like Fallout 3 and New Vegas? Why is it so hard to play the evil route? And is being evil in games even worth it? The answers aren't as simple as you may think. We'll start with the first question. In games like GTA, it's easy to forget about morals when you commit crimes like mass murder and theft.
Oh, that's depressing.
Why? The people you kill are random NPCs that have no effect on the story you play, nor do you interact with them in any sort of way. So when you kill one, sure, you end up getting a star and a couple of officers sent after you, but that star can easily be removed by just leaving the area. The game doesn't punish you at any point in the story for this. so he can continue to commit these crimes and not have to worry about it. There are no real consequences. Morality is non-existent. But in games like Fallout 3 and New Vegas, it's a different story. So why is it hard to be evil in those games but not in GTA? To answer that question, we're going to talk about one of the biggest moral choices in gaming history. And that choice occurs in the post-apocalyptic RPG known as Fallout 3. In Fallout 3, you play as the lone wanderer of the capital wasteland, a character that, for the first time in their life, emerges from a pre-war vault and into a post-apocalyptic world set in the future. The objective at first is simple: meet people around the wasteland in hopes to find clues on the whereabouts of your missing father.
Oh, your daddy passed through here already. Here and gone. Got what he came for and then left. I'm assuming you'll do the same, correct?
When you're thrust into this world, you're likely to make your first stop at Megaton, a city made of and surrounded by metal scraps. The sheriff and the people of the city welcome you in with open arms. The citizens there seem friendly. They acknowledge your vault uniform and understand that you probably have no idea what's going on. Many of the town citizens are rather fascinated by your arrival and want to know more about you. This helps the player feel attached to the city, as you gain a sense of belonging from their kindness. Now, not everyone is nice to you. You have your handful of those that don't take time to your presence, and to those you detest. While you're talking to people in hopes of getting info on what your father can be, an ominous man in a suit stops you. He informs you of a nuke in the center of town that can go off at any point, and that there is another town filled with rich folk that want it blown up with the people surrounding. In return, you're promised lots of money. The offer is essentially immoral. Sheriff hesitated, but he also requested you to work on the bomb. Only instead of detonating it, he wanted it disarmed to save the people. He couldn't offer much money because there wasn't much to give. The town isn't exactly rich. So you're given three choices. One, you can help neither and just let it be.
Yeah, but no one really does that.
Two, you can detonate the bomb, killing hundreds of innocents and getting rich off of it. Or three, disarm the bomb and leave the town forever in your death as they worship you as their savior. This is one of the biggest moral choices you make in the game. On one hand, you're completely broke and can use a large sum of money. But on the other hand, you just met these people who welcomed you and were friendly towards you. You have time to get to know the citizens, whereas you have no idea what the other people are like in this other town. When you make the choice to disarm the nuke, the townspeople are forever grateful. You're given keys to a house. Every now and then, the citizens will stop you to show their gratitude by giving you all sorts of loot. Your good deed doesn't just stay within the town. Your kind act circulates across the wasteland as radio stations spread the news. Your character also gains a large amount of good karma, which will help you in many interactions later on in the game. There's a lot to gain from doing this, but the same cannot be said for the latter choice.
Tenpenny Tower is a wonderful place to live.
Got it, did. I did, goddammit.
Again with the ghouls.
It was all a matter of time. They were told they can't live here. I complained offhand one day about how I thought that evil devil on the horizon was a bit of an eyesore.
I assure you, they're worth 10 times as much in death as they are in life.
Think of it as helping speed along the process of natural selection. Don't lose any sleep, though. Well done, Mr. Burke. What a grand display of fireworks. I almost wish there was another nuke we could detonate. You don't see that very often.
I'm glad you're pleased. I am helping.
Quite right. And you ought to offer him the reward we discussed. Now, all this bright light and wind has given me quite the thirst. Where's my scotch?
To them, what you did was a show. A grand display of lethal fire that reached the skies was viewed with beauty rather than horror. The thought of the atrocity they committed went entirely over their heads. They didn't care about the people that died because they never really met them. If you did, you're thanked for the job by being given your own room in the hotel and the loads of caps that were promised to you. Once you receive those things, you're off to continue your journey in the wasteland. Over the radio broadcast, you're the suspected reason that the bomb went off. Regulators, wasteland vigilantes that target the evil in the area, begin chasing after you. On rare occasions in your travels, you'll find Megaton refugees that attempt to kill you for revenge. Besides earning double the caps Megaton would have offered you, there really isn't much to gain from taking this route. The consequences are far greater, and while the reward may seem big at first, you'll realize how insignificant the amount you earned was as you earned more caps throughout the game. You lose out on some minor quests that are exclusive to Megaton, but the main ones are still completable. Somehow. Oh, yo, bro, I bet this place something. Well, you know what? At least I don't gotta see that one lady no more. What the heck? You still alive? Now that you're caught up with the example, let's really answer the question. Why is it so hard to be evil in these games compared to something like GTA? In games like Fallout, when you kill an NPC in a town, you kill them for good.
Look at you. This is hopeless.
They don't spawn back like they do in GTA. Your actions will have consequences until you improve your karma. And depending on the action you commit, it may take some time to get it back up. Until it improves, you reap what you sow. The NPCs are also interactable, unlike in GTA. You feel like you build connections with many of the people that pass by you. Depending on how you immerse yourself, they feel like real people. And that's all due to the writing that goes into these characters. Even with all that said, the game still gives you the liberty to go evil. But why is it still a challenge to take that path, knowing we're going to take it? What makes it so difficult? If we look at the option of choosing evil, we'll notice that with this choice, the consequences far outweigh the rewards. You get caps in a room, but with it, you gain infamy that will forever haunt your playthrough, even if you switch and only make good decisions afterwards. When you finally meet your father and get a chance to speak with him, he asks about what happened at Megaton. When you tell him about it, you can't help but be disappointed with your actions.
I raised you to be better than that. Better than the wastes. We'll talk more about this later. There's too much work to be done now to let this get in the way.
Wait. Huh? That's it? You also lose out on exclusive loot. There are these things that you collect all over the map called bobbleheads. And the strength bobblehead can only be found in Megaton. If you blow up Megaton without retrieving it, it's gone forever. There's also a companion by the name of Jericho that will die in the explosion unless he joins you before blowing up Megaton. He's considered to be one of the best companions in the game. A lot of these things you can get before blowing up the city, but if it's your first time playing, you're unlikely to know this. The pros of being good, however, are more beneficial compared to evil. The city stays alive and views you as a savior. Tenpenny Tower can still be accessed, but it's just not immediate like the other option. You're able to keep a whole city alive for trading. Although they're small, you're able to complete more quests. Your karma gets boosted, leading to better interactions in the world. When you make the evil decision, you get the opposite of all that. You play in a world that absolutely hates you. And depending on how bad your karma is, you lose out on certain companions like Fox, who I would argue is the best companion in the game in terms of dealing and receiving damage. Of course, if you were to play good, you would still miss out on Jericho since he'll only join you through evil. But if we compare Jericho and Fox, Fox easily takes the cake as a better companion. As a player, when you look at the perks of each karma level, it's fair to say good karma typically has better rewards. And we all want better rewards during our playthroughs. We want to experience more rather than be barred due to our evil doing. And obviously, being evil just isn't fun for many people. Maybe it is when we play the game after a number of times, but rarely do we ever play an RPG and make our first playthrough an evil. I did a poll with some of you guys asking what type of playthrough you enjoy playing first, good or evil. A part of me thought I was the only one that didn't enjoy playing evil, but I was greatly surprised when I saw that many of you thought the same as me.
90% of you guys said good, and 10% said evil. Peg left a comment stating that being nice makes me feel nice. Not to mention that my favorite RPGs, such as Disco Elysium, don't exactly incentivize me to choose chaos over kindness. This comment really reinforces my point. Most RPGs reward good behavior rather than bad. Bethesda games fall prey to this level of writing, as there really isn't much depth in an equal choice. This statement is made obvious when we look at Fallout 4. When you pick evil, you just say horrible things to people or cause havoc for the sake of it. In Fallout 3, while you can choose to be evil, you can't side with the evil factions in the game. One of its biggest villains are the Enclave, and just when there seems to be an opportunity when you can join them, they shoot you in the face. It's not out of character for them to do so, in the context of the scene, but the fact that we can't join them is disappointing for those doing an evil playthrough. It's another reason why I don't pick evil. Maybe if there was more complexity to making an evil choice or playthrough, it would cause me to further contemplate my decisions.
Hey, a quick shove should do it.
And then there's Fallout New Vegas. The choices aren't as simple as they were Fallout countries mentioned. Each choice you side with has positives and negatives. The writing in the game is incredibly layered with the amount of choices you can make. I can go full in depth on Fallout New Vegas, but for the sake of the video's length, I'm going to focus on the factions in the game. In Fallout 3, you only have one faction to side with, which is the Brotherhood of Steel. In Fallout New Vegas, you have four different main endings to choose. In the end of this game, you fight for control over the Hoover Dam. You can either side with Yes Man, Mr. House, the NCR, or the Legion. What makes this choice so difficult is that you're able to understand the faults of every choice. So it's a matter of weighing out which choice feels right to you. There isn't one option that is purely evil. Even the most moral and immoral factions have their issues. NCR being the quote unquote good ending can be seen as problematic as taking over the dam means even more stress added onto the army. Their forces are already stretched thin as is before the end of the game. So by having them cover more ground leaves them and the town they occupy even more vulnerable.
Kidding me, man? How are things? They're all fucked up. That's how things are. Everyone is either starving or dying out here. I'm about to drive with the rest of the NCR.
They're also a faction that is trying to revert back to the same governing way that was before the Great War, the democracy that led to the Great War and caused the death of billions. They boast on how they're going to be different, though, so take that how you want to. But from a moral standpoint, they beat out the Legion tenfold. The Legion, one of their ways of keeping order is through sexism and slavery. They kill whoever disobeys and rely on the guidance of a man. Kaiser. While he can be viewed as a villain for operating in this way, he backs his reason with a surprising amount of intelligence. He isn't just some guy in a Roman outfit. He's a man that knows how the NCR operates and sees through the cracks of it. Through many real philosophical readings, he's learned what humanity needs in the world. A full reset where guns and technology are removed from society. A way of life that prevents the likes of another great war from happening. If we look at the Yes Man ending, we see New Vegas, the city that the NCR and Legion desperately want control over, become independent from either party. While it's nice to live without any outside party governing the city, it won't be sustainable for long as the forces believed to protect it, the Securitons are limited. The same can be said for Mr. House's ending. But his ending is rather morally bankrupt as he would have no care for the citizens that live inside the city and outside of it. He's more hell-bent on himself. As you can see, there's no clear-cut good ending in this game. No faction is entirely good. The comments on the poll said it best. Honestly, I try to choose the ending that I feel like I would choose if I was in that situation. The ending you choose is whatever you believe is best for the listener. It's these kind of decisions that are the most thought-provoking because they focus on what you morally believe. You could pick religion, but at least here you won't feel entirely horrible about it because you believe in some of the ideologies they present. But then again, Sliver is like not cool. Obsidian themselves have made it obvious, though, that siding with the Legion is evil. Anytime you do any sort of job for them, you gain that karma. So it really cements where they'll stand morally if you side with them. And to top it all off, Megan Starks, senior narrative designer over at Obsidian Entertainment, emailed to Wired that about 97% of its players prefer to align with the good path over the evil one. Quite a similar statistic compared to mine. While we can talk about which choice provides the better reward or game experience for the player, the biggest answer to the central question is obvious, but still the most important. Playing evil just isn't fun. There's nothing really attractive when it comes to the sociopathic nature of an evil playthrough. When we play an RPG, we play with the intent of putting ourselves into the game's world. We want to make decisions that we would make instead of what the game wants us to make. It's that freedom that players love most that they play for. I like to think all of us gamers are good moral people in real life. So when we're presented with a good or evil option, we typically pick the good one because we all want to be the good guys. Even though evil paths are statistically rarely picked, developers of these games are actually okay with that. Stark stated in the email, "We could say, well then, why bother making a less morally good path at all? That's a lot of time and resources to develop a choice that most players won't ever experience. But having the choice itself is what's important. RPGs wouldn't be what they are if these evil choices didn't exist. If the game only consisted of good choices, the game would feel linear when that's not what RPGs are meant to be. It gives the game more playability and a greater sense of freedom. While most of us only enjoy the good paths, without the risk of wrong and morally gray areas, there's no sense of conflict. And when a game lacks that, it lacks a purpose for the gamer to play it. Evil choices are never meant to be easy. If they're easy to you probably need to evaluate yourself. Or maybe you're just able to disconnect your real life morals without an issue. If it's hard to make equal choices in a game, I don't believe that is an issue. You make one and you feel absolutely horrible about it after, it's good. It means that the game did its job in providing you the freedom to do whatever you
All right, be right back. I'm gonna check if there's enough time yet or not. If it's not, then I might do one more step. BRB. Excuse me. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Doing the flip side. Okay. I'll at least finish this if we don't go forward to other ones. My computer turned off. That was going away for a little bit.
Hey there, my name is Promise, and welcome to more FTL. We're trying out another overhaul mod today called Multiverse, and this one came very highly recommended by some of you guys, and after doing a little bit of research, I can totally see why. This is a truly huge mod with over 100 new ships, yes, you heard me correctly, plus new weapons, new races, new events, new everything. In fact, in many ways, I think you can accurately describe this as a fan-made sequel to FTL. It's that big and that good. Pretty amazing stuff. Now, we only have access to one ship at the very beginning of the game, and that is the Multiverse Cruiser. We have to unlock everything. But if I can just show you, there's a lot to unlock, like an absolute ton. And by the way, that was only slot A. What about slot B and C and so on? Yeah, you get the idea. I could play this for months, so we'll probably have new content every single time. It's really kind of amazing. This ship actually does have a couple of starting weapons that aren't half bad. We have a Burst Laser Mark 1, which is 1 power for 2 shots. Okay. Also a Pierce Laser, which is 2 power for 2 shots, but pierces 1 level of shield, which is pretty good in the early sector, and has a decent breach chance. I like this weapon a fair bit. I'm happy with this layout. Also, we have the Advanced Navigator. For our crew, we have Shelton, a human. We have an Orchid, which is a new race. Fills oxygen in a room, takes extra damage from fire, but also increases the health of a crew in the room by 20%, which is really good dealing with some borders. So this is a pretty good support. Also an NG, but you'll notice it's a separatist NG with an activatable ability where it can turn into a nanite cloud and ignore doors. That's pretty cool. There are sub-races within the different new races. So, yeah, it's pretty fun. Let's go ahead and rename these guys. We have no max fees and most opponents. Sounds perfect. All right, let's go ahead and start. Now, this first video will have a fair bit of talking, so I got to give you the backstory. So bear with me. You are no ordinary ship, and this is no ordinary mission. You were born and raised in Universe Zero, a reality where a heroic Federation vessel triumphed over the Rebel flagship and ensured the Federation's victory. The Federation forces chased the rebels out of Node 17, the Federation capital. Unfortunately, not every reality had a ship like this. The destruction of the flagship AI rendered all the rebel automated vessels completely unable to act on their own. In a desperate last-ditch distraction, the rebels gave one last command to all of their autoships to go on a kamikaze run directly into any nearby Federation ships. This resulted in a horribly bloody massacre, and Admiral Vance of the rebels the massacre of Node 17 remains one of the Federation War, where the forces were Federation retook Universe Zero. This peace would not last when a rebel salvage operation stumbled across a startling piece of technology, a strange, black, beautiful vessel containing what was truly known as the first multiverse drive. This was the beginning of something very, very bad. The rebels began the construction of a brand new species which granted them the ability to traverse other realities. Many of such places were still in the midst of the same civil war that the Universe Zero rebels had lost. This was their chance of revenge. The new rebel fleet overtook these realities with the Zero forces and establishing a new galactic order in every single one they came across. Naturally, within no matter of time until the Federation of Universe Zero caught wind of it. They captured and reverse engineered the rebel multiverse tech and built their own fleet. Many others, whether they be still and installed them on their ships. You are piloting one of these ships. Now that the line between realities has been blurred, it's impossible to truly tell how long this new endless war has been going on for. The rebels and Federation compete head-on, invading new realities and trying to sway the ongoing civil war to their side. It is your task to hunt down the multiverse flagship the rebels have dispatched this reality and destroy it before it can defeat this reality's Federation. Good luck, which basically gives me the roguelike excuse to play this over and over and over again. All right, so you guys get an idea of how that is going to work. Let's go to our hangar. We have time to grab one last thing before we start. We can grab a free random weapon, get another crew member, or grab some extra scrap, some fuel, some missiles, and some drones. I'm going to go for another crew member because these are sometimes harder to come by, and also a random weapon doesn't always do anything for me. And then whenever you get to an empty fleet beacon or a friendly area, you can do something on board your ship. We could talk to the crew, we could check our mission reports, we could do a bunch of different things over here. We could even install different internal upgrades and augmentations on our ship, including, by the way, an arm, namely a scrap gatherer arm for 50 scrap. Obviously, as soon as we get that, the more it will pay for itself. That said, I don't have enough scrap right now, so we're going to perform a task and run a salvage mission. Hopefully we find something. We did not. All right. Well, time to get going, I guess. Oh, wait, hang on. I got to rename this guy. It's going to be Fees. All righty. Welcome aboard. Now we can move. So we see that there are some civilian stores over here, and different species will have their own faction-specific stores with different kinds of stuff. There's also supply depots where we can get some freebies, and it's also a peaceful FPL jump point. So we should be able to perform some more upgrades and such. There's also a traveling merchant who can have some really powerful stuff. We'll come back to that. Let's go ahead and just go this direction. Hopefully we can find some fights, get a little bit extra early game scrap before going to some stores and whatever else. All right, let's go ahead and turn on our weapons. Oops, hang on. We need to make sure we have enough power to actually do this. I'm going to use the Pierce laser to try and get through the shields and knock out shields, followed up by the Burst laser to try and knock out weapons. Though, to be honest, it looks like this guy can't do a whole lot anyway. He's only got one shot. You know, I'm going to knock out the oxygen. It's a bit of a risk. I don't know if we are going to be able to starve out this crew, but it'd be nice if we could. I'm going to send Fees over here just to activate the sensors. Let's just get a sense of what's going on over here. And they've got 2 crew members. Okay. I'm going to try to burst this down and see if we can do some good damage and make sure that this stays down. Nope, they repaired it. All right, forget it. Not worth. Let's just go ahead and kill them. I was curious if maybe we could just kill the crew and suffocate them, but if you don't have the right types of weapons, it's usually kind of hard to pull that off. We get some fuel, drone parts, and some scrap. I can also salvage a couple extra fuel cells. Not bad. Do you want to go to this store? I think the answer is yes. Just see if there's anything exciting. Probably not, but you never know. An NG crew. Let's see. We can negotiate an alternate payment. 3 drone parts get 7 fuel. Yes. Well worth to me, I think. What else you got over here? Dirk. It's a pinpoint laser. Pinpoint lasers in this game are supposed to be firing only at one room, but they do pretty good damage and they attack pretty fast, I think. We also have another light laser Mark 1. Good breach chance, probably not that great. Breach bomb, no. And some crew members. I don't think any of this looks all that exciting. I think we're going to have to go ahead and ignore that. But I did get a bit of extra fuel out of the arrangement, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Let's get down to the supply depot. See if there's anything of excitement over here. We find some more fuel, some missiles, and some scrap. Do something on board the ship? Well, I don't think there's much I can do at the moment, actually. So let's try talking to a crew. I'm going to talk to my orchid. Do anything extra? Water. I don't have any extra water. I don't even know if talking to anybody does anything. It's just a thing that I can do if I so desire. Another supply cache, 15 more scrap. Now we can do something aboard the ship. I'm going to perform a task. No, never mind. I'm going to install an internal upgrade, and we're going to go ahead and install that scrap gatherer arm. And now we've increased how much scrap we get early on, which seems really good to me. If I can get up that traveling merchant, I would like to do that, because they'll give you some freebies, and sometimes you can find really cool stuff. We're going to see if we can save any of the crew of this critically damaged civilian carry ship, and it looks like there were pirates on board. Well, that's just rude. Absolutely unforgivably rude. All right, they're trying to take out my med bay. Well, joke's on you. I'm just going to go ahead and let you guys suffocate, and I'm going to move my orchid over here and see if we can just knock out these doors. That didn't work very well. Hang on. This didn't work very well at all, actually. Hang on. Let's just go ahead and fight him. Not the NG, though. NG are pretty terrible. Send the Orchid. The Orchid should give my human a bit of an extra health boost, which I think means that we will be able to do a bit of extra damage to you. Or rather, survive long enough to win some of these fights. I certainly would hope. Let's go and repair the med bank. We know we're going to need that in a second. I'll deal with this, clean them up, heal up, and then we can move on. And actually, with all of that in mind, I'm going to put the Orchid in a more central location so that they can respond to boarding parties and give some extra help to anybody fighting, hopefully. I think that might make a little bit more sense. All right, well, cool. Let's go ahead and move on. Jump all the way over here. Heading for that merchant. So far, I haven't found anything amazing, but at least we have the extra scrap. I can't even hire anybody. All right, so this is a total waste of time. Move up to the merchant. See if there's anything of excitement over here. Maybe. We found the traveling merchants. Stranger, I am Sylvan, an honest traveling merchant. Perhaps you haven't met yet. I tend to forget. I've traveled to reality fast, and I've seen much of the multiverse as stopper. I can't do that forever. Business, you can give me a gift. Fine. I can also sell some resources for some extra scrap. Let's say I want to get rid of, how about drone parts? The odds of me using this are pretty low. I'll sell 5 and get 25 more scrap. Then we can trade with them. Pretty nice. What do we got here? Yeah, a mine launcher. That's a new type of weapon. Osiris and Nephthys. So these are like missile weapons, but they fire really slow. I don't know if I really care that much about these. Onslaught launcher, another type of mine launcher, even a crystal one too. Yeah, so you've got nothing but mine launchers. Well, that doesn't sound that useful, but thank you for the freebies, and also thank you for an opportunity to sell some drone parts for some scrap. That does still seem pretty useful to me. If you want to get to the Federation store, I think I've got time for another jump over this direction. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more scrap first before we go there. Yep, a poem for you. Ahem. Die. Oh man, that's a real tearjerker right there. I am deeply moved. Deeply moved. Go ahead and knock out this fool shields. Writing stupid bad poetry. This will teach you. Your weapons suck too, by the way. There's not even much you can do against me. Pew pew. There you go. Weapons are down. This guy has nothing. He has literally nothing. I'm just going to go ahead and kill him. I mean, I don't think that we're going to be able to suffocate this guy without the right types of weapons, so let's just not worry about it. Bye! Boom. All right, 15 more scrap. I think we normally would get like 10 or 12, but the scrap arm is going to start gradually paying for itself nicely. Let's get to this Federation store, and hopefully they have something really good for me. They may or may not. Volunteer to stand guard for a while for pay. That seems pretty good. I would be concerned if this means that the Rebel fleet gets closer, but we're going to try it. Okay, we take one jump cycle, so they get closer to me. Now we access the store. Drone control, backup battery, hacking. I can't do much of any of this. Engine disabler. So this is one of those augmentations we can use at the beginning of a fight, where we can spend 2 power and a fuel in order to shut down their engines. Okay. EMP field, weapons. What is this? A frost laser. Ooh. One of the few weapons capable of locking down rooms. Interesting. Basically 100% stun chance, too. Huh. There's also an ion bomb, and we already know we love this burst laser Mark 1. It's a pretty good weapon. I'm actually going to buy it. Even if it's not a powerful, like, end-game weapon, it's going to be very good for the next couple of sectors. So we already know that they're really close. We're going to have to basically head straight towards that exit. That extra jump kind of slowed things down. But, I mean, we got 22 scrap out of that. That's probably about as much as we could have hoped for to begin with. And we found an elite fighter. Oh, no! Oh, no! We'll be fine. Fine. This is why we got pierce lasers and stuff. Oh, they have crews that are coming to get me. They also have a special human soldier variant. Ooh, a different type of fool. Well, that's exciting. He's trying to take out my sensors. I don't like that. We're going to go and fight you if possible. Trying to take out those shields, and he's got quite a few weapons on here, too. So let's see if there's one. Oh, we basically whipped every single shot there. Okay, well, that was a total waste of my time. We'll try that again in a second. Good thing is he's missing, too, and we should be able to kill this guy. Everyone get back to your positions. We need to recharge our shields and our weapons quickly, please. Okay, fire, fire, and we messed up. Dang it. All right, I wasn't paying attention. We didn't time our shots quite properly. But we did knock out most of his weapons, so I feel like we're probably okay. Lots of dodging going on here, but still not timing this very well. Yeah, okay. I'm whipping it because I'm not really paying attention. He's getting his own charge weapon up right now. Let's go ahead and fire everything we got. There we go. Knocked it all out. We're good now. We should be fine. He's going to spend some time trying to repair over here. If we can get a breach over here, that actually slows down the repair a lot because enemies have to repair breaches before they can repair the actual subsystem. So it's a really good way to delay them. Honestly, breach weapons of various different types, if you can get it, are really, really good. Let's go ahead, piercing damage over there. There you go. Weapons are down once again. All right. I'd love to have an opportunity to actually knock down your shields, but for the moment, I think this fight should be relatively safe for me from here on out. It's relative. Okay, there goes some shield bars. Now our pierce laser can kind of do its thing all the time. And if the pierce laser can do its thing, then you can go ahead and use the burst laser Mark 1 for the rest. So, pew pew. There we go. And there was a breach. I heard that. And he's dead. All right. Fight overall went fairly well. A particle beam? Woo! What is this thing? I don't know. But I know that I'm going to love it. Let's take a look. What does this thing actually do? Long concentrated beam that annihilates systems and lights fires, but does no damage to hull or crew. So it's a beam weapon that I assume cannot go through shields. But once done, lots of fires and system damage means that we can basically knock things out for a while. That's not bad. I don't know if I need this, but it seems okay. We'll certainly hold on to it for now. I kind of feel like we can basically treat this as a really good fire beam weapon or something like that. I kind of like. Be nice if we get another weapon bar. We could actually try using both of our burst ones to fire off 4 shots and then follow that up with a fire beam. And that probably could actually take out ships and cripple them pretty well too. Let's move on to the next sector. You may notice there's a bunch of different types of sectors. We have Duskbringer Space. I have no idea what that means or what it does, but we're going to the Duskbringer stuff. Okay, sounds great. So let's go ahead and proceed. Much more aggressive than the Zoltan Ministry, so it's a different variant of the Zoltan. Interesting. Oh, sure enough, we're already going to have to fight some folks. We can bribe them. I say no. We're not going to bribe anybody. We're also going to turn off this piercing weapon because there's no points right now while he has Zoltan Super Shield over. So let's just go ahead and fire everything we've got for these burst ones. Honestly, these are pretty effective. We should be able to crush a lot of this. Let's get some extra power in our engine so our dodge chance goes up. There we go. Go ahead and fire this all off once again. Yeah, I need to get another power bar. One more power bar and get a fire beam set up, basically. This would be pretty darn good. Really wouldn't mind that at all. All right, so we take out his shields. Excellent. He gets a fair bit of hull damage in. Ouch. He does have hull lasers, so there you go. This should take out his weapons, I would think. There we go. All right. He is sending out a distress signal to a nearby platform. Well, that's not good. How dare you? That's like cheating. Now we're going to get something trying to shoot at me. There it is. See? We need to get out of here as fast as we can. Actually, those things can do some freaking serious damage. This is where having some rapid fire weapons would come in a lot of handy. All right. Let's see if we can take out these shields and the weapons once again. I just need a little bit more. He's locked on, so we're about to get hit pretty hard. Shields down. And he missed. Thank God for that. So we actually might be okay. One more good volley should be enough. And then we're going to get the heck out of dodge. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. So Duskbringers suck. We don't like them. 18 scrap. Sounds great. And also now we can do something on board the ship. So they're going to be sending some reinforcements to track me down. Well, that doesn't seem very good. Is there anything we want to do here? Let's try to perform a task. We're going to go ahead and do a salvage. We get 13 more scrap. Okay. Let's go ahead and get that extra power and weapon bar. Turn this down. And we're going to go ahead and power up this particle beam weapon. And let's see how well this is going to work for me in a new combat. Now, what else could we find in these areas? Well, we found a nebula. I'd really rather not deal with a nebula. This kind of limits my options as far as travel. We're going to go down this direction. See what happens. Might be all right.
Dustbringer's ship hails you. Scrawny Zoltan appears, though he is facing the wrong way. You realize it's a mistake and turns around, but he's already come across as an idiot. Federation ships are not welcome here. You are violating protocol. Well, you're violating one of them. You are a Federation ship, right? No. Oh, my bad, sir. Have a wonderful day. Okay, well, he's not going to call for help, I assume, so that's good. Let's stay out of the nebula. Then we may actually go back up to that in a second. I don't know. We're doing all right on fuel, at least. That feels pretty good. Somebody with an MB drive is jumping in nearby. Give them a tribute of fuel. Okay, a multiverse ship. I refuse. Let's fight. I like fight. Oh, those are big-looking scary guns. These are energy weapons, I think, which basically have a little bit of ion damage as well as being proper lasers, which is poopy in so many ways. Let's see if we can knock out the shield as quick as possible. The particle beam will charge up pretty fast. That's the good news. I think you should be able to handle this fire on your own. Let's see if we can knock out the shields, okay? And then we're going to use the particle beam. How much damage do we think we can do? We can hit at least 3 rooms. Good enough for me. Set some fires. Oh, wow, that did some serious system damage. Me likey. Doesn't do any crew damage, but that's fine. The important thing is they got no piloting and their systems are down. Let's also go ahead and get rid of some of this fire. Okay, well, I want to take out some of these energy weapons because they're still kind of scary and they're setting fires all over the place. And I don't think I like that. We're not doing any hull damage. All we're really doing is just knocking out systems consistently here. I can hit 4 rooms by doing this. Woohoo! It'd actually be pretty cool if we could actually hit, let's say, your oxygen, though. So let's see if we can knock that out. I mean, this would be a really good way. Oh, I forgot. It is still at the end of the day a beam weapon. Right. Well, either way, what I was trying to say is I think this would actually be a very, very good weapon for smoking out crews because it doesn't do hull damage, so we're not killing them. But if we knock out oxygen consistently, that's pretty good. So the real trick then is, can we find a consistent way to knock out shields so that this thing can just burn out the crews? Maybe. 34 scrap for me. All right, let's get up to the nebula. I need to be playing a little bit smarter here. I didn't even heal up. I should have done that. Oops. All right. Well, here's a good chance to test this out a little bit. We have, first off, some intruders. Let's send, let's say, Fees over here to try and assist. I'm going to let my weapons still charge as fast as possible. The sooner I can get this particle beam online, probably the better. So let's try to time this. I want to knock out weapons and shields. The good thing is system damage is extremely valuable to me. Let's try to hit, like, everything here. There we go. And particle beam. Yeah, there we go. Burn! All of it. All right, well, his weapons are down at least, so that's fine. Cool, everyone get back to your positions. His oxygen is down, and we set fire in a lot of places. This really ought to just burn him the heck out, right? Yeah, his shields are down, that's good. So now I can use the particle beam on a whim, which is going to be great. Let's make sure we're setting fires in as many places as possible, including in the engines, for example. I'm going to go ahead and just turn off my own engines because I don't feel very worried about this right now. I'm just going to go ahead and send you guys to go and heal up. We got some time to play with. No idea how effective these fires are. You know what we can do? Grab somebody and head to my sensor system, and let's just see what's happening. I can't see because we're in a nebula. Never mind, I have no idea. Can we set more fires? Whoosh! There should be fires in like every room on the ship. I think if we sit here long enough, we're going to find out that they died. And we'll have no idea that these died because we can't see it on screen, but it's going to be pretty funny. Let's turn on those engines again so I can actually dodge things. Make sure we keep taking out his weapons. I do not want him to be firing off at me. Burn, baby, burn. Oh, you repaired again. All right. There should be still more fire. How are you not dead? You've had no oxygen for a long time, and the fire should be consuming all your oxygen. How do you have more stuff? Oh, victory through asphyxiation. Well, I think we killed somebody. I don't know if it was quite what I was going for. All right. An augment. Repair bot dispersal. Whew. Hang on, that actually could be kind of helpful to me. Take parts dislodged from hostile vessels and convert to repair my hull. I feel like this is basically just healing after every fight, which seems really good. I'm going to accept it. And I just set some more fire, so I hope you die. Let's take a look at that. Let's double check. See if I'm right on all that. So how do we know if it's working? Oh, this is an augment, isn't it? Is this something I have to do at the beginning of every fight? We're going to find out. Hang on. Let's go and do another fight and find out. I like this particle beam setup, by the way. I think this is going to work really well. A bride. No. It's a crystal ship. Fun. Repair bots. Activate. Okay. Spend some power, gain hull points. Okay. So yes, this is a way of getting some repair at the beginning of fights. And if I have extra power in the reactor, it works out pretty well. I don't need to do this right now, so we're just going to go ahead and move on. But good to know. Having extra reactor power just basically can translate into extra health. That's pretty potent, actually. So he's firing off some crystal weapons. He missed with both shots. Thank you for that. Like, really, actually, thank you, though. I much appreciated that. Oh, okay. Took out my med bag. That was a worthy shot for you, I am sure. Let's take out those shields, try to take out some weapons, and then we're going to use the particle beam to try and knock out O2 as well as shields and everything else. Say goodbye to that. That should be a bunch of fires for you. So, can we knock out, let's say, your weapons and just ensure that we don't have any problems? Because you fired off twice, and I thought you could only fire once. So I was feeling pretty confident, and now I'm not. Ow, ow, ow! Stop it! Stop it! All right, we need to take out those shields for real, though. Otherwise, this particle beam has limited usage. Particle beam. 4 rooms. Burn. There we go. And O2 is now completely down as well. Perfect. All right, so let's see if we can burn out the crystals. I think we should be able to kill this guy pretty easily. Watching him go down. Just have to move someone over into sensors. And we get 22 scrap out of the arrangement. All right. Upon closer inspection, you realize the ship under attack was a rebel scout. It's too damaged to do anything. Use leverage to get them to delay the pursuing fleet or destroy it and salvage it. We'll destroy it and salvage it and just get an extra 11 scrap out of that arrangement. A dust store. Okay, so different soul pan. We need to go there right away. Let's just seek some more combat. This is actually working out really well. It's going to be slow and require a lot of jump tests on my end, but the particle beam is certainly doing its thing. Oh, right. We could still be doing the repair bot. I need to get some reactor power. That's what I really need. All right. I like this, though, because we can use the sensors here to actually keep track of like what people are doing and know where I need to fire, or if at all. Lots of crystal weapons, though. Definitely don't like that. Hang on. Let's not fire off our weapons quite yet. They just locked me out of a room for no reason at all. All right. Go ahead and just take out the shields. Make sure that those go down for sure. And then the particle beam. I think we can hit 4 rooms here. So say goodbye to your weapons, and then we set a whole lot of fires, and the oxygen is down. So he won't be able to repair this anytime soon. He's trying to repair his shields. But honestly, if we just keep using our burst lasers to keep the shields down while the fires do their thing, we should be okay. Then fire you off like so. And then once again, I can hit 3 rooms, including doing more system damage to their weapons. So this works fine. And the fires basically prevent these guys from doing anything. Wow. Yeah, this is pretty horrible, but we can literally just slaughter these guys using fire. And we get 31 scrap out of the arrangement. See? There we go. Me likey. All right, let's go ahead and get an extra power bar, maybe 2. So every fight I can start using some extra power, basically start repairing my ship, and that'll save me a lot of scrap in the future. I like the setup. I think it's going to work. It's a weird setup. It's not what I normally would run with, but it's working. Repair bots. Let's go ahead and use a couple of reactor power, and there we go. We get 4 hull power, and this didn't hurt me in any way. So there we go. I like it. Let's turn off the particle beam and use the piercing laser because I need to do as much damage to this shield as possible. Then we'll turn the particle beam on. It's going to take me at least a couple of volleys in order to make this work, right? So, I mean, we might as well. Pew, pew, pew. There we go. And then the piercing laser can hopefully finish you off. Pew, pew. Then we turn you off, get the particle beam back on, and at least now the shields are down. Let's go ahead and hit the weapon systems. He appears to have some sort of a stunning weapon. I don't like that. Knocked out my shields. Ow! It's a breach. The breach. Breach of etiquette. That's what it is. Go ahead and repair this breach before I actually die. And the particle beam will, once again, finish these suckers off. There we go. 32 more scrap for me. Gosh dang, this is going to be really, really strong. Really, really strong. All right, get our pilot back in position. I mean, with the scrap arm plus this, I mean, we're not risking ourselves with boarding parties, and I should be getting a huge bonus of scrap plus modified by the scrap recovery arm. It's just like we've kind of already hit the seam, I think, in order to have an unbelievably powerful run. Plus, I can heal myself a lot, too. Let's go ahead and find some more fights. Also, I want to get to this Duskbringer store and see if they've got anything really exciting over here. Unidentified ship. This system is off limits for... crap. Beds. All right, fun. Activate the repair bots. Same situation as before, I think. Let's go ahead and turn on just the lasers to burn through this. They have a cloning bay. That's going to get irritating because it means that they could technically just kind of resurrect their folks, but, I mean, we can knock that out with the particle beam, and I think we're going to end up being just fine. He's got flak weapons. Don't like that. Don't like that, not at all. Obviously, a little on the dangerous side. I do want to try to knock out weapons and stuff if I can. We knock out a weapon. I'll take it and set up a breach, which actually helps a little bit. Turn on that particle beam. Let's throw everything we've got towards these weapons and see if we can knock that out. Yes, I have no shields, but that's all the more reason to simply take out the weapons. There we go. This clone may not survive. That's 28 more scrap for me. 140 now. Man, fantastic. Let's get to the Dustbringers. Looks like there's going to be some sort of combat over here, possibly, which is obviously a little bit scary, but all right. Dustbringers are notorious for being even stricter than the Ministry. Looks like the station here is open for training with anyone, a surprising find, but there's a million protocols in place. Take time to learn the rules first, okay? But now, okay, well, this sucks in some ways, but we can get into this. What's this? A Dustbringer devotee. Active ability can immediately kill themselves to deal extra damage. Really good if I had a cloning bay, I imagine. Otherwise, not so much. A blue Zoltan. Okay, you look interesting. And more humans. Drones, crew teleporter, backup battery. Don't need any of those, really. What's this Ranswer beam? Causes physical damage. Sorry, cannot cause physical damage, but rips, breaches an enemy's hull and pierces one shield. I mean, it's okay. I don't think that sounds great. Yeah, this is really just to do lots of damage in the hull. Great breach chance. That's kind of it. Heavy stunner? Nah, probably not. Phase Mark 1. Phasers pierce additional shield layers, dealing ion damage for the first layer of shields, as well as additional damage to whatever system hits. Interesting. So it pierces 2 levels of shields. The cost of 1 shot. Huh. Okay. I'm kind of wondering if this actually goes well in replacing my piercing weapon, because it only costs 1 power, so it's easy for me to add this into the roster. But being able to pierce through 2 shields and knock them down means that we'll be able to continue to the next couple sectors pretty much unimpeded and use that particle beam right away. I like it. I think we're going to do that, and I am going to sell the piercing laser Mark 1 and bring you into the forefront instead. I think this could kind of work. It's kind of a weird setup. It's not a good long-term setup. I don't think this could win against the flagship, but I think it will carry me to victory pretty easily for the next 2 or 3 sectors. Kind of minimum, I think. So, yeah, that's great. Let's go ahead and get another weapon bar, plus some more power. I would love to go ahead and get a permanent sensors upgrade so we can move you over here to the shields. And this way we'll always be able to keep an eye on people. And now we have 2 power bars available for some repairs, and I have 4 weapons active before the end of Sector 2. That's pretty reasonable. What's this over here? Planet-side anti-ship batteries. Ugh. Ugh. I don't like this. People are going to be shooting me from the ground. Yeah. You know you're not wanted here. Repair box! Heal me! Thank you! Alright, so we're getting boarded. That's no bueno. Let's go ahead and send you to go deal with this. I need to get through this as fast as we can, obviously. I am going to... You have no actual shields. Fascinating. Let's go ahead and just throw everything I've got to knocking out his weapons or something. Get through the Zoltan shield. It'd be nice to have some sort of a bypass. And there it goes. Goodbye. Now we can set a bunch of things on fire. And this is going to mess you up in a big, big way. Now, of course, the longer we're sitting here, the worse... Oh, hang on. Lost my particle beam. I want that back. The longer we're sitting here, obviously the worse, because it means we're going to have a chance for these guys to be shooting at me more often. In fact, because of that, I think we're going to have to ignore this and just go ahead and take a few shots and try to kill you quick. I wanted to burn you out. I really did, but I'm kind of thinking that that's a mistake. I don't think we can really afford to burn you out. I think we just need to kill you straight up. Fast as we can before this orbital platform can finish me off. The phaser doesn't do a whole lot in these circumstances, except maybe just kind of disable the system for a little while like an ion gun, which is not the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Okay, they're trying to shoot at me. I don't think we can kill these guys fast enough. There we go. He's gone, and 20, thank you. But no, we can't get out of here. They miss! Well, thank God for that. Everyone, go and heal up. Also, repair the sensors. And let's get ready to get the heck out of Dodge. In fact, I can't even get anyone to heal at this point. We don't have time. All right, head toward the exit. This probably means we're going to get into another fight, doesn't it? I bet you it does. No, maybe not. All right, we found a long drive. We can explore the next sector. Explore the next sector? Or check the storage? Check the storage. No, don't do that. Ah, darn it. I was hoping I would be able to do something. All right. We should have explored the next sector. It would have given me some idea of what we were going to be running into in the next sector, but oh well. I kind of thought that we could do both, or at least check the storage for some goodies, and then maybe, just maybe, we could have backed out, but that did not happen. Oh well. Okay, and everyone's in a better spot. All right, we're going to go ahead and end this first video here after having completed a couple of sectors. We are making some good progress on this. I think the next 3 sectors will be fine on our weapon layout, so we can do lots of upgrades. But if we can find a really powerful endgame style of weapon, I definitely would like to get one of those ASAP. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, hey there, my name is Promise, and welcome back to more FTL in our first foray into the multiverse mod. We have a reasonable arsenal of weapons for this stage of the game, mostly good for burning out enemy ships. It's been pretty good for the last couple of sectors. It'll probably be pretty good for the next couple of sectors, but endgame material? No, probably not. We're going to be looking for some upgrades pretty soon. I'm a little bit concerned that our defenses are lacking. We have terrible evasion chance and only 1 bar of shields, no cloaking. We're going to be taking a lot of damage in the near future, and if we don't fix that soon, we'll be in trouble. Now, you might think I'd be tempted to go to the NG sector since there's less likelihood of combat, but actually the opposite is true. I want to go to the Coalition Frontier and fight ships. Reason being, with the scrap recovery arm and the ability to burn people out of their ships and get extra salvage, I think that our potential of ramping up in scrap is higher with combat than in a friendly sector and hoping for good events. I could be wrong on that, but that is sort of the hypothesis. It's a bit of a high-risk, high-reward play, though. Either it works or we die. I don't know. Let's see. Welcome. I hope you intended to pay the fee. Why? You're a Federation ship. Arm the guns. Yeah, all right, fine. We can fight. Repair bots, help me. Thank you. All right, so let's see. Got a couple of nasty-looking guns. You're a crystal ship. I do think there's a very high likelihood that enemy ships that we find we first enter into a sector are more likely to have orbital support. So I'm a little bit wary of actually fighting and killing these guys. Trying to knock out those shields the best we can. Okay, he's hitting me with what looks like some sort of a crystal flak. Is that what that is? Ouch! All right, yeah, it seems that's maybe exactly what it is. We should have timed this better with the particle beams. It turns out we weren't able to actually knock down the shields in any meaningful capacity. Go ahead and burn these down. Now we'll use the beam. Hit all 5 of these rooms, set some fires, knock out those weapons if you please. Thank you. And hopefully there are some fires on there that are really going to slow them down. As long as this crystal flak doesn't exist, I'm not feeling too worried about him. We should be okay. Let's keep trying to stun some of those shields to prevent him from getting a lot of the shield bars back. And he is indeed getting some backup, because it looks like there were fires in the shields because it just took hull damage. And once he takes a certain amount of hull damage, well, lo and behold, he asks for help. I don't think we have time to cook these guys anymore, so I think we need to go ahead and try to kill him. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Just go for as much damage as possible, knock out those weapon systems, do DPS. That's all we're looking for at this point. I don't want to contend with this ASB system for too long, because that can obviously hurt for a lot of reasons. You try to knock out those shields, make sure that that's not a concern. They usually cause breaches and do a lot of hull damage. That's the big thing. He missed! Well, thank God for that. All right, ship's down. We should be able to get the heck out of here. We only took a couple of damage. Not too bad. 29 scrap. All right, we can do something on board the ship. We might as well do a salvage mission. We got 17 more. Okay. That's probably enough to get an extra bar of shields, which helps with some of my concerns. And it would use up all the power for my repair bots, but if we get 1 extra power bar, we can keep doing some repairs, and it kind of splits the difference. We prevent some damage, and we heal from some damage. That's got to be good, right? Okay, all repaired. Let's go ahead and move on. We'll probably stick the nebula a bit. 4 jumps just means more opportunities to evade the rebels for a bit. Pirate station. We could trade or attack. Well, if it's anything like Captain's Edition, the stations are actually really dangerous, but I see, looks like a pipe beam and some laser here. I don't see any others. This actually might be an easy kill. Let's attack the pirates. They're pirates after all. I don't feel that bad about it. Also, we can repair a small amount of hull damage, and lo and behold, we still have enough power for everything I want. You have drones, right, but not attack drones. So we should be fine then, right? Okay, well, I like seeing some of that. Let's go ahead and wait for a particle beam. So we'll just go ahead and do 1 big volley, and this only fired 1 shot. You literally can't hurt me, can you? Easy mode. We'll just sit here and just farm out some XP and stuff. It'll be great. Knock out the oxygen, knock out those shields, and we'll try to hit your weapons and doors and whatever else. Actually, you know what? Now, what we want to do is just hit as many rooms as possible with fire. Lots of fire damage. Of course, the shields came back just in time, but oh well. Unfortunately, that didn't quite work out the way I wanted to. He kept repairing the shields too fast and I had to keep bursting it down, and that eventually led to his death. Still 29 more scrap. All right, not bad. We want to go to a rock store. Why not? Much as I do enjoy rock and roll, 32 scrap is not a lot to work with. Coalition ships. Okay. Repair bots, we can do a small amount of repairs there. He has teleporting. That's no good. Where are you going? He is going to my sensor systems. Honestly, you stay there. I hate to lose some hull damage as he knocks out a subsystem, but if he's not fighting me, that's kind of preferable. If we can set some fires on his ships, he won't be able to react to that very quickly. And that's probably good enough for me. So let's go ahead and try to knock out his shields. followed by, let's say, the oxygen system or something. A little damage there. There we go. Okay, we've lost our sensors. He might run away pretty soon. We did not knock out his shields to any meaningful amount. We can knock this out. There we go. Particle beam. See if we can hit his, I'm going to say piloting, weapons, and shields. So we can stop getting stuns. And if he set fires, I think he'll run away. Yep, he did run away. I just heard the sound. Oh, no, he did run away. Never mind. I thought I heard the sound, but I was wrong. He's attacking my orchid. Well, the sooner I can send some friends over here. He only retreated one of his people, I think. There were probably two. This is a two-sized room, so I have to sort of assume that that's all he was sending. All right. Well, this is fine. Let's just keep those shields down, keep setting fires. As long as he has no oxygen, he is going to cook. And they did. Okay, good. 38 more scrap for me. Excellent. Overall, we only took a couple damage out of that, so that's not too bad. There's a distress beacon. We don't have to go there immediately. Let's go this way. We'll get there soon enough. Don't you worry. Oh, brought an ion storm. We didn't even check that. Then we don't have a lot of power bars. That's a problem. Okay, hang on. I can't use repair bots. We don't have enough power as is. I don't have a lot of power to work with. Now, the good news is neither do they. But if I can't find a way to knock out his weapons quick, then we might take a load of damage here because I have no engines, no oxygen, and no shields, really. And he's got missiles. Great. Oh, God, of course he hit the weapon system. And, of course, with an orchid, too, that can't put out fires. Okay, we need to go deal with this ASAP. I need to try to burst down his weapons as fast as we can. There we go. We knocked that out. Bees, run away! You vulnerable little flower, you! All right, you're okay so far. You're not going to be able to heal anytime soon. Get in here to repair this as quick as you can. He's going to divert more power to his shield since he has extra power bars to work with, but that's fine as long as he's not using many of his weapons. I'm okay with it, sort of. I need to get my own particle beam back up and running as quick as we can. Everyone get back to your positions. Get the particle gun back up and running. I'm worried about the oxygen. I need to knock out his weapons consistently enough that I can turn my own oxygen on. In fact, we can do that now. Just kind of float this. Well, he's got a missile. Shields won't do good against missiles anyway. I don't think cooking this guy is going to be a good option, to be honest. But we'll see. Actually, he keeps repairing his weapons just fast enough. And with the cloak, he's got a very good chance of being able to fire this off. Now he's got two weapons. He's got full repairs. Okay, he's you. Got it. Hang on, he's trying to run away. No, we're not going to let you do that. Oxygen, cloak. I have to hit his engines. All right, let's hit his engines and his shields. That at least hopefully reduces his capabilities a bit. I wanted the oxygen and the cloak, but if we set a bunch of fires, there's a chance we can walk away from this looking pretty good. If we did not, well, then he's going to fire at me pretty soon. Just keep an eye on those weapons. Whenever I feel like I'm in danger, we just go ahead and burn him. All right, we weren't able to cook him. He got his weapons back online, and I just wasn't willing to take the risk. 29 more scrap. Okay, let's go ahead and heal our folks up, because obviously that was a little bit bloody, but we came out of that pretty well considering I was working at half power. Let's get out of here. Do you want to go to the distress beacon next? Yes, I feel like we might as well. See if there's anyone we can help. Some damsels in distress, so to speak. Civilian ship, space gas, toothpick, oxygen system damage. We can rescue them. Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and rescue them. A malfunction? What the heck are you? Malfunctioning in the life support systems accompanied by a breach in the whole lead of the nebulous gases being sucked into the civilian vessel. One survivor. Are you a leech? You sure as heck look like a leech to me. Okay. What do leeches do? That's a new race. Drains power bars from enemy systems if they're standing in it. Okay, so it's a good boarding party, I guess. Regenerates health when not taking damage, but only has 75 health and gets stunned longer. Doesn't seem like a great person, but all right. We already know who we're going to be naming this after. It is another paradox. There you go. Thanks for your support. Okay, I'm going to have you in the doors for now, but you're also kind of just flexible to go and deal with some boarding parties here and there as needed. In the meantime, the actual doors just makes it a little bit easier for me to control where my enemies are going to turn up. Okay, 104 scrap, huh? Seems like a pretty decent amount. If we can find a good store somewhere, we might be able to buy something pretty soon. Another coalition ship. All right. So it doesn't seem that bad. We'll do a small amount of repairs. Got a couple of guns. I don't know what this is. Is that one of those stunning things? We looked at stunning laser before, I think. Or he was in one of my test games. Either way, if you don't have a boarding party, this should be a relatively easy fight for me. Let's just go ahead and stun down your shields. Try to knock out your weapons and your shields. There you go. We set some fires. Okay, cool. Knock out shields one more time. Then we'll hit your oxygen system, and we will allow you to cook. Rocks, of course, and crystals can put out fires pretty quickly. But not when there are this many fires and your oxygen systems are down, so you're going to be in for a load of hurt. Oh, sorry, little rock buddy, but I don't think you're going to repair that oxygen in time. Goodbye. 40 more scrap for me. Not bad. Hey, a store. Crystal store. That'd be fun. Let me think for a second. Crystal store. How to get the exit? We could go directly down here, but I got a lot of jumps to go. There's only 2 ways to get to the exit. We could hit the store kind of last if I go. Let's see. Can I loop around this way? Yeah, we can kind of loop around this way, get up to the store, and then still get the exit in time, I think. That sort of works for me. We can stack up a load of scrap, and if they have nothing I want, well, fine. We'll just go ahead and invest very heavily in things like the shields. Somebody is jumping in nearby. Don't even bother trying to run. Who said I was trying to run? You should be the one who's trying to run, you fool. I'm going to teleport across over here. I have slightly better doors, and that helps, but it's still not great. This is kind of a weird ship layout. Can't say I don't like it that much. All right. Let's see if we can vent you into space. I'm really not sure why you would have decided to go into this room, but that's what you wanted to do. You got, was that a coffee bean you just sent? It's a seed of some sort. That's interesting. Okay. Let's try to knock out his shields a little bit. And then let's try to burn down those shields even further. And maybe we can hit something like his oxygen system now. Okay, failed, but let's go ahead and use the particle beam to try and hit as many systems rooms as we can. 5 rooms, knock out weapons. Sounds good to me. Burn! The shields charge just slightly too fast. This particle beam has a slight delay when trying to fire. I really need to try to time this better. Knocked out some sensors. That's annoying. Right, let's try to hit those shields once again. Let's go ahead and hit his piloting as well as his oxygen and just knock those down so he can't dodge me anymore. And it looks like he ran away, which is a good sign. That is definitely a coffee bean. Look at that. Hey, you can't launch coffee at me. That's so rude. All right, his weapons are all down. That's a good sign. It means there's a lot of fire. He's just going to keep doing damage to me. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Just kill him. All right, problem solved. Thank you. 39 scrap. I'll take it. We're up to 190. All right, let's go ahead and heal up. Okay, I'm going to continue on my intended path. A distress beacon this way. All right. Hopefully no more ion storms, if you please. Thank you very much. Respond. Sure, there is a Zoltan shuttle. Ship is lost in nebula. Offer scrap in return for favor tracking lost ship. I agree. And there's a mercenary ship. All right. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of repairs because that's kind of why we built it that way. You've got a lot of weapons. If we can knock those out, I don't think there's much you can do. Pretty tight layout means that my particle beam should be able to hit 4 critical rooms kind of in a row. Don't feel that worried about it. But I do want to knock out these weapons. So let's try to get those out of the way. He's got bombs. He hit my oxygen. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get some repairs going. Hit the shield so you can knock that down. We'll do a quick burst on, let's say, his weapons again. And in the meantime, particle beam, oxygen, shields, engines, weapons. Do this fast, and we can probably do a lot of damage. There we go. All right. Oh, he had a breach. Well, hello. If we send the Orchid, does it provide enough oxygen that we survive? I mean, maybe. I don't know. This guy should regenerate kind of on his own, right? That's sort of the entire point. Regardless, just keep doing this and we'll be fine. Hopefully he's cooking. I can't tell because we're in a nebula. And he cooked. That's 34 more scrap for me. Ooh, and we got a Battle Drone Mark II, anti-personnel. That's really good for repelling boarding parties if we do have drone control. I mean, I don't know. If we can buy drone control, that might be something worth buying. That's a pretty darn good defense. And boarding parties are a major hindrance to me at this point. We'll destroy your Federation scum. Okay. You say that, but, I mean, really, what are you going to do? Yes, cloning bays and teleporting. Well, I'm going to vent you into space and just do a bit of damage. It's going on med bay. That's fine. As long as you leave my other people alone so I can keep shooting, that'd be great. You've got an anti-ship battery. Darn it. All right, we need to burn this guy down instead. I was hoping that maybe we would be able to cook you, but it looks like you're not going to give me that opportunity. So we're just going to take out your shields as fast as we can. Let's go ahead and stop with the oxygen deprivation. Get in here. Particle gun. Yes. Let's hit all these rooms and try to get him to run away. That's a bunch of fires. If that doesn't encourage you to run over here, I don't know what's going to do it. I am a little concerned that if he shoots me right here with the anti-ship battery, my Orchid might die. That would be a disaster if so. Let's try to knock out his teleporting as well as his piloting so he can't dodge anymore, and now we should be able to finish him off. You've got to be kidding me. He did just kill my Orchid. That's exactly where he shot. You've got to be kidding me. All right. Well, we just lost somebody. Out of all the rooms that it randomly could have attacked, it did in fact go for the exact one that I did not want them to do, and I just lost a crew member. That sucks! Oh, I'm sorry. All right, well, goody. Can we please kill you now? I just want to get out. Now this thing's going to shoot me one more time, ain't it? All right, 34 scraps, pretty good. Ow! Another big breach. Yeah, we got to repair this. We also got to repair our weapon systems. We have to rearrange this. We're kind of back to 4 crew members again. Good thing I got another one when we did. We got a little time to get this repaired before I run. They'll give me a warning when we're about to get shot again, and then we can just run for it. Just want to have a second to repair these before I get into another hot situation. I really need my weapons up and running, you know? Okay, we got those at least, and then you go ahead and get out. You'll regenerate, so I'm not worried about you. We're going to have you become my new weapons master, Mr. Slug, even though you're really only good at shields. You know what? Actually, I take that back. You are your weapons. You're already good at shields. The human is going to gain skill faster. Since neither of you are good at weapons, you might as well put the human here. All right, we need to run because they've locked on. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Oh, they missed. Well, thank God, because I was running away and not fast enough, apparently. Crystal Shark flies past. The Federation's only caused all kinds of trouble. Have I, though? Have I really? Because I feel like you guys have caused a heck of a lot more trouble than I've caused for you.
Hey, Dad's home, right?
Just saying. I'm trying to save you guys.
Are we gonna watch Mission Impossible
I
tonight?
don't like this mind control exists. I also don't like we are all rocks because you'll put out fires pretty quick, but alrighty, let's try to knock out those shields. Doesn't want to knock out the
Okay, that's fine.
preferably before you can destroy
Maybe tomorrow.
before you can destroy my
Alright. That's
I
cool.
don't know if that'll work. You can knock
Yeah,
out some
my-
weapons, you still fired off both his crystal shards. And he did a little bit of damage, but it's not too bad. Half health. Okay. Well, he has no he's got no shields at the moment, so I guess we might as well just burn his weapons and piloting and stuff. There we go. That should take out quite a bit. Okay. Solid, solid. Let's hit his oxygen and let's hit his weapons again. I want to keep these down. There we go. Don't you dare hit me. I'm not in the mood. And the rocks are broken apart. 40 more scrap for me. We're up to 308 going into this store. That's pretty good. If we find a cloaking module or something, I'm going to feel really happy. But drone control could work. Hello! What on earth? All right, hang on. Crystal Burst Mark II. So it's like the burst laser that takes 2 power for 3 shots, 16-second charge time is kind of a lot, but okay. Shield piercing value, that could be kind of helpful. Reset sunshine. Huh. Not too bad. Also, a crystal scatter. What's this? Fire cluster of 4 crystal projectiles that take 1 shield layer each. 3 power, 4 shots. I'm guessing this is kind of like a flat, a crystal flat. Well, I like flat, but one of the reasons flat and 1 is so good is it only takes like 1 power for 3 shots. This is 3 power for 4, which I feel like is a little expensive because I can only have so many power bars. I kind of want the crystal bar burst bar too. 2 for 3 is still really solid. I can get rid of the phase 1 in favor of this. I think this is worth it. Let's go ahead and buy that. All right. Now we can take a look. We got mind control, drone control, and hacking. All of which are pretty good. Let's see. A manager drone? What on earth is this? Interfaces with systems. Level 2 skill. Oh, really? Okay. Defenders, blah, blah, blah. You got 3 members. Some 3 members right about now. Hacking's pretty good. Do we want this? Let's see. Anti-personnel drone requires 3 power. I don't want this for 3 power. That's too much. I have other things I need to do with this. We're going to sell here. We're going to sell the Phaser Mark 1. It's been useful, but not useful enough. We're going to go ahead and install the crystal instead. I'll need to buy another bar of weapons. I do think you want hacking. And I kind of want to get another human. This will have somebody with that. I'm thinking maybe this crystal guy with some repair skill, just in case. Yeah, let's find another crew member, and that will hopefully make up for the fact that we're kind of struggling on that front. I need to find another one. That is what I'm looking for. Okay. You're going to become a black crystal who manages the doors to that, but you also deal with any serious situations with boarding parties, and you're on repair duty, which makes sense for me. Okay, so we need to buy another weapon bar. We talked about that. We can go ahead and get some extra power going. That takes up all the next round. But now we have a fair bit more firepower, and actually with all of this, we can fire off 7 shots and set fires. There's a chance that this is enough to win against the last fight. Not a great chance, but a chance. So let's be ready for that. Also hacking, of course. Let's not forget we have that as an option now using some drones. What I really think is cloaking. If we had cloaking, I feel like we would actually possibly have a game-winning combo right now. But without that, I'm kind of relying on evasion and shields. So I still need to get as much scrap as possible. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3. I don't think we can hit up this many extra points and still get to the exit, so it's time to start heading in that direction. See if there's anything exciting. I'd still like to do some more repair if possible. You've got a couple weapons, you got 2 teleporters, but I don't think you're that much of a danger. I think we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of repairing. I don't think I need to hack, especially if you only have 1 shield bar. I mean, that's just nothing, dude. Go ahead and hit my med bay. We'll take a single hull damage, but we can start venting you into space a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively start venting this area into space as well. Let's see. We're going to... Got an ion gun. I don't even know if you can do any damage to me, to be honest. Well, let's go ahead and hit your shields and your oxygen. Missed a lot of stuff. All right, let's try hitting the shields with the crystal beam. Okay, did a little bit of damage there, and the particle beam will have to finish off the rest. And even without the ion, that still works and we cooked him. All right, 39 more scrap for me. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and get myself another power bar. It's okay to invest in this a little bit, because even if I'm not using the power for anything else, we get extra repair. But when it is time to go ahead and buy stuff, we have the power bars ready to go. So there's no real downside that I can think of to investing in it a little bit early. All right, let's go ahead and get this med bay healed up, and then we can move on. Perfect. All right, let's head down towards the exit, I suppose. There's a lot more for me to do down here. What do we find? We can explore the area, or we can check storage. Check storage of what? I don't know. We're going to explore. There's a civilian ship, or a pirate. I say we aid the civilians. Oh, look, you got some fun stuff over here. Okay. Let's see. Your guns, I see a single beam weapon. I see drone control, but I don't see much else. No, wait, there's another weapon hidden right here. You might be able to do damage to me, but I think it's pretty minor. We're going to go ahead and repair a fair amount of hull using some of my extra power. I don't think we need to use the hacking module for this. What is this thing? I don't know, but it looks like it's going to shoot at me. It does. It fires an energy weapon. Fascinating. Okay, well, I think we'll be fine without this anyway. Who's worried? I'm not worried. Okay, I'm a little bit more worried. This thing apparently just knocks breaches everywhere. Nice. Also, he's hitting my shields and stuff. This is a problem. We need to knock out his drone control as well as his weapons and shields. Hit that first. Knock out those drones. Thank you. Okay. This is still not working great because we really need to get my shields back up. That's a lot of breaches, dude. That's a lot of breaches. Although I'm pretty sure we're going to kill him regardless unless the fire's confused. Oh, never mind. Didn't have a choice in the matter. The fire's finished him off. All right, contact the civilians. Oh, we got a crew member who's good at engines. All right, a mantis. I'll take that. Actually, that's great. We got a lot of repair to do, so stand by. Okay, we're all repaired, and I'm going to name our mantis Whaddya. Okay, so I think we're set and ready to go. 6 crew members now, at least, is pretty decent. We're going to need, what is it, 120 scrap in order to get to my 3rd shield barrier, plus some more power would be nice. Yeah, still got a bit of a ways to go on some of that, but all right. Let's go to the next sector, Rebel Territory. I have no choice in the matter. It's going to be more combat. That sort of suits me just fine and dandy. All right, let's move on. Very high threat level. I like high threat rebels. Persuade somebody to let me go. I will try. Can't fool me. All right, great. So we're in trouble anyway. Oh, wow, you got a lot of guns. We're going to go ahead and repair only a small amount of hull, and I'm going to be making use of hacking this time around. You've got cloak as well, and lots of guns. 5 guns? Is that what this is? This is an artillery gun, isn't it? Ooh. Okay. All of a sudden, I feel like we really need to get up to 3 shield bars ASAP. He's got a lot he can use against me all at once. Let's get ready to knock out those shields with the hacking module. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. This is a little bit painful. Gonna try to time this so we can do as much damage to his weapon systems as possible, because he can fire off a lot right now. Holy crud. Let's go ahead and start the hack. I don't know if burning this guy out is even an option, to be honest. Probably isn't if I'm frank. Let's try to knock out those weapons. Hit the shields. Okay, we did a bit. Not enough, and now I don't have access to my particle gun anymore. He's got lots of breach chance. This is proving to be a little bit unpleasant. This is a really nasty fight. That's a huge sneaking ion gun that you got set up over there, man. Huge. I wish I had cloaking. I wish I could see you if I have level 3 sensors in your cloaks. I can see your weapons, but I can't actually shoot you? Freaking horrible is that? All right, let's go ahead and drain those shields down. Once again, knock out the weapons as quick as we can. Okay, we got down a lot of his weapons. It's not enough to completely save me, but it's enough to at least do something good. Still trying to repair these dang weapons. Yeah, we're suddenly finding ourselves in a much, much more dangerous position, aren't we? Admittedly. All right, he's calling for help. Of course he's calling for help from the ground. All right, yeah, we have to burn this guy down as fast as possible. This is only going to get worse. This is only going to get worse. I'm going to go ahead and begin the hack as soon as you are done with... Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I figured it was going to stop until after his closing's done. I was wrong. All right, so we just wasted a hack there, but I think it's all right. I hope it's all right. Level 3 shields, man. I have ways to get through it. I just don't have ways to time it all very nicely. The particle beam back up and running. Yeah, I need to fire everything we got all at once. I also need to get rid of this artillery. It scares me a lot. Okay, fire all of this off. Fire these, and try to hit his cloak. Let's stop him from avoiding me. There we go. Miss the artillery. There's now a very good chance he can hurt me in a big way. We're going to go ahead and... not getting rid of that cloak was going to work. Didn't work. This is the artillery, by the way. The ion is the artillery. So that's all he's doing to me. Go ahead and hack him and fire everything I got. This should finish him off. All right, we took a lot of damage. This bodes very poorly for this next sector. Very poorly. Do something on board the ship. We might as well do another salvage mission. Find 19 more scrap. All right. And once again, I have a lot of repairing to do. So at this point, we could get the extra bar of shields if I'm willing to turn off the hacking module. Which I think I kind of am. I don't suppose there's a store nearby. Not that we know of. I think it's probably worth just going ahead and getting the extra bar of shields right now to defend myself, since we're only down to 9 hull. That means there's a good chance of us dying soon. So I want to be ready for that. Okay, let's explore the rest of the sector and see what's going on. More autonomous scouts. All right, that means the particle beam won't do me a lot of good. I can't afford to do anything with repair bots. And you've got a scary-looking red cloak. All right, and lots of guns. It sure as heck seems like these guys have lots of weapons. You know what I'm going to go ahead and do is turn off the oxygen. And we're going to launch... Let's see, wait, what kind of drone do you even have? I don't know. Let's go ahead and launch the hacking module and hope it works. It did. Okay, this thing is anti-drone. Never mind. I was hoping we could go ahead and knock out the shield, but we cannot. I need to hit his weapons with everything we've got at this point. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, that hurts. All right, hit everything we got at his weapons. Knock that down. Okay. One weapon we can deal with. We can deal with that. Let's go ahead and get our oxygen back on. And he did 4 damage, but hopefully he can't do any more from here. Okay, it wants to surrender. Not going to let him, because I think we can get more out of the arrangement. We can't cook him exactly. He's a drone, so it doesn't really matter. He was trying to escape. We knocked out his engines, and now he's done. Okay, so what do we get out of that? 29 scrap. We can also salvage some extra drone parts. 1 drone parts. That makes up for the 1 that we wasted. That's not great. Get some more power. I can use it for some repairs and or some extra evasion chance. We're in trouble here, actually. We're in a lot of trouble here. I mean, I'm trying really hard, but they have so many guns on them these days. We want to use the hacking here. Yeah. Go ahead and turn that on. Launch it at their shields, I guess. Those are a couple of big-looking guns, so they take a long time to charge. We might be able to simply knock you out before you're a threat. Send these guys into space. Go ahead and preemptively start venting all of this into space and all of this into space, because no matter where he goes, I want to be ready for him. And let's go ahead and knock out the shields, followed by weapons and shields. We can knock all that down and maybe cook this guy. That'd be great. With 3 shield bars, I feel like we've got a pretty good chance of being able to survive whatever he's shooting at me. He fires 3 bursts. Okay. Good to know that's a thing. We're all right so far, though. Only 1 of these weapons we can contend with. He's now trying to fight me. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and fight you here. I'm pretty sure we can win that trade. And we want to cook him, so let's do this. Take out the oxygen and some shields, set a lot of fires. He had to run away. That's what we wanted to see. All right, that's a lot of fire. Our last guy is not going to last. There we go, 48 scrap. That's the kind of stuff we're looking for. A store, Rebel store. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for me? Either way, I could really use some repairs, and I'm willing to spend some scrap to do that so I have a chance of living. Rebel engineers aren't always as aggressive as the rebels. They are looking to scrap for repairing their auto ships. I agree with that. You are willing to sell some drones I don't need. We're just going to shop instead. You do have mind control as well as a clone bay and a coup teleporter. Plus, you have some big guns. What is this? A bulge beam. 5 power. Holy crud! But it does 4 hull damage each shot per room. Jesus, dude, this is a really big gun. Better than a glaze beam. Adaptive laser, increasing its damage with every 2 volleys shot. That's an interesting way to play it. And also a particle accelerator Mark 1. 1 power. 3 shots with a radius. And fire. What? Cannot do hull or crew damage, but does heavy system damage. So as fun as that would be, I don't think... Well, I'm kind of wondering if this is better than the particle beam because it charges faster so I can use it more. Probably not. I think the particle beam is still better, but it's an interesting idea. Yeah, all cool. None of which are stuff that I think I really need right now. What we're going to do is just some simple fixing. I'm going to spend at least to get us up to this point, and we'll save 20 scrap from there. Thank you, Rebels! For once you guys are my friends. We can only make a handful of jumps. How do we get to this exit? We go down this way. We can head up toward the exit safely, I think. All right, let's go over here. I'm feeling a little bit nervous, I'm not going to lie. I mean, these weapons are good, but they take a long time to charge. And that's proving to be a little bit of a problem. I think I kind of need this hacking module still. Wait, what is this? Let me guess. It's going to shoot down my drone, isn't it? Let's try to send the hack. Yep, it's going to shoot it. All right. It almost always is some sort of defense drone that actually can shoot down missiles and stuff, but it includes the drones, which is really irritating. Let's just go ahead and increase my evasion chance. All right, so you got lots of shields and lots of guns. So what I'd like to do then is probably burst down your shields as hard as possible, use the particle beam, which doesn't do hull damage, but definitely can knock out some systems. And actually, you know what? We're going to fire at the shield, and then one thing is going to be dedicated to the piloting in case you try to escape. And then particle beam, hit the weapons and the drones and stuff. There we go. Now we can't do nearly as much damage. Okay, I think that worked. So I think we just saved ourselves from taking any more hits. That's good. There we go. He's out. All right. That was a good fight. And 36 scrap. We can also use hacking to hack into the rebel station. Okay, let's do that. And we delayed him by a jump. Well worth it. Well worth it. What is this? I don't want to deal with anti-ship batteries. I really, really don't. We also learn more about this entire area, and there are a lot of enemy ships to contend with. I can head down toward this distress beacon, but if we go this direction at all, I'm going to have to deal with the anti-ship batteries, which I'd really rather not do. Let's go to the distressed store, see if there's anything of excitement over here. Maybe, maybe not. Appears to be a small market under attack. We are going to rescue the store. And once again, we are going to... I don't have any power. Where did I lose a power bar? Am I crazy? Where did I lose a power bar? Oh, right, the engines. Haha, yes, okay. Let's see if we can knock out these shields. He's going to send some people over to my ship. But that's fine. We're going to go ahead and start preemptively venting a lot of these areas. He's trying to get into my sensor room. Okay. Go ahead and get you to help fight. Pretty sure that a mantis and a rock can handle this. Pretty sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and start knocking out his shields. And we are going to fire the burst and a crystal, plus we are going to try to hit his weapons as soon as we can. We managed to burn a lot of stuff. Let's hit his oxygen as well as his shields and his engines. There we go, there we go, fires. All right, maybe we can actually cook this guy out. It's been a little while since we can do that, but I need the extra scrap for the love of God. Good lord, that is a lot of fire. It is spreading out of freaking control. Look at this go. Holy crud. All right, we didn't take out the clone bay because I don't want him bringing anybody back. We also want to knock out the doors so the fires can spread more readily, and the coup teleporter so he can't come back over here. So none of these guys are going to come back now that he's dying. And yeah, he's trying to deal with fires. Look, they just keep spreading into the rooms and killing him. See, this is working out great. This is amazing. In fact, I can just go ahead and shoot you and I'll kill this person. There we go. See? 50 scrap. Hey! Also, the store is happy. What do we get? Crew teleporter? No. Clone bay? No. I think it would still be better to continue focusing on upgrades for my actual ship. I'm going to buy a couple more power bars. We need a lot of scrap to get to level 4 shields. But these extra power bars are going to let me start doing some repairs. And we could go for a longer hack, which knocks out longer shields. So I think that's going to be worth it. If I go down here, we will have to go a long way before I can get to the exit. This is irritating. There's no great way to get to this exit without going through this, close to a nearby sun. All right. No, that's fine. Just keep exploring. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. All right. We found a crew. We only got 2 levels of shields. A flushed and panicky rebel soldier has teleported aboard. The rebel who appears unarmed repeatedly declares his peaceful intentions. It seems the rebel life has lost its charm. I will accept your proposal. Dang it! All right, he was deceptive. I was kind of worried that might be a trap of some sort. He didn't get anybody killed. We're okay, but yeah, that was a negative event. Fine. I didn't even have a chance to use my repair option. All right, we're going to increase the power of the hack, and we'll increase the power of my dodge once we get this upgraded. You're going to pay for that, just so you know. It's just the extra rebel fleet jump chance means that we don't have a lot of time left in this sector. Which is probably for the best. This video is running a little bit long as is, isn't it? There's a lot to do in this. There's really a lot. Let's go ahead and knock out those weapons. You got some big, scary-looking missiles that I don't like. In fact, I really want to hit this as fast as we can. Okay, got it. Thank you. Then we got to wait for some shields to go down before I can use this particle beam. I might be able to cook this guy out. I think I probably could. I can hit these shields right now. There we go. And with the oxygen gone, you are very dead. All right, that worked. 49 more scrap for me. You... Yeah, well, you tried to deceive me. I mean, didn't try. You succeeded in deceiving me, but no one can know. What I really need badly right now is cloaking. If I could get cloaking, I think we actually would have a very good chance of winning the game right now. So you are going to be approaching very rapidly. We can hit 1, maybe 2 more areas. An asteroid field can work to my advantage, actually, in helping to burn down their shields at the right time for the particle beam. Another autonomous vessel. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and activate some repair. I'm going to keep as much of this hacking as possible. He's trying to run away immediately. That's irritating. All right, but you have no defensive drones, so I think we can knock out your shields. And as long as the particle beam or something can take out the piloting, then you aren't going to be going much of anywhere anytime soon. Now, are you, buddy? And the good news is your drones are doing very little. Go ahead and start hacking this down. I want to knock out his weapons, preferably before he can do any damage. That failed miserably. All right, let's just go ahead and hit this with the crystal. There we go. He still has bombs, but I'm hoping that he can't do a lot against me there. Okay, took him out. He managed to do a little bit more damage to the hacking system, but not that bad. Only 19 scrap? Wow, I feel like I should have gotten a lot more than that. That's really disappointing, actually. Okay. We can make 1 more jump in the asteroid field. This is going to be a little risky, but I think it's probably worth the attempt. Another automated scouts. Okay, but you have a lot of guns, but you're not that bad. I think you're going to be fine. You want to do some repair bots? Yes. I think we will spend 2 reactor power, and we're going to lose engines? No. Get some engines back online. Let's try to be ready to knock out his shields. His shields should be going down pretty passively, like, all the time. Like, this should be pretty easy. If I can knock out his weapons, we'll be in a really good spot. Burst lasers will do it, too. Let's go ahead and hack him down and fire everything I got. Okay, that's most of his weapons out of the way. Go ahead and try to hit some more. There we go. All right, so now we're 0 threat. This fight should be a cakewalk for me. He wants to surrender. I don't need fuel, and 22 scrap's not enough. Now he is dead. Okay, so we walk away with 20 scrap. Really? Man, we're just not getting anything out of this, are we? These auto ships are turning out to be pretty pathetic. They don't have a lot to offer. All right, let's get to the exit just in time. We might have one last fight to deal with over here. We can explore the area. There's a beacon home to the rebel checkpoint. They're stopping and searching any ship that passes through. Civilians are being harassed. We can fend for ourselves, attack and escape. We can stay out of the way, or we can bribe them to release the civilians, and maybe the civilians will give me something. I'd rather just fight. And we'll defend the civilians that way. Repair bots, do your thing. We've only got 2 levels of shield, so I think they repair a fair bit here. 4 hull, all right. Go ahead and try to knock out those shields. You got a really big, scary-looking gun, but I think we'll be able to handle that. And for some reason, you teleported directly into my airlock. Never a smart play. Never, never, never the way you want to do things, buddy. Ah, darn it. The fires actually killed him before I could do anything. Fine. 29 more scrap. We're not getting nearly as much scrap as we should be at this stage of the game. I think we're supposed to be getting something close to 40. On the plus side, though, we are getting pretty close to being able to afford our next bar of shields. Don't know if I'm going to invest the scrap in it right now, but a couple more fights like that, and we can get to level 4 shields before we get to Sector 5. All right, good place to end this video. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, don't forget to hit that like button, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Provis, and welcome back to more FTL in the Multiverse with our Multiverse Cruiser. We're moving on to the next sector. I've got a little bit more firepower and a lot more defense. We have hacking. If I could just get my hands on cloaking, I feel like we'd be pretty good. There is an exclamation point next to Federation Space over here. I don't know if that means something good, but it sounds good. Well, I got an achievement, just getting started, and we unlocked Cruiser Slot A. Oh, good. I actually have a new ship. Well, that's fantastic. Let's proceed to the next sector. What do we find? One of the few Federation sectors remaining in this reality besides the capital itself. Alrighty, we've arrived in Federation space. Fleet delayed by 2 jumps. That seems great. Do we request support, attack the guard, or ignore the guard? I'm not going to attack my own guard. Of course not. We're going to request some support. Would you please give me a few repairs? Thank you. Hey, freebies. I take it. A rebel store in Federation space. That doesn't make a lot of sense. There's an outpost over here. I don't know exactly what that's going to do for me. So if you want to get to the store, this is kind of my only opportunity to do it, because if we go up this direction, we're not going to see it. Now, I have enough scrap that we could buy cloaking. So I'm kind of tempted to say we should go here and just hope that it has cloaking. All right, let's try it. Let's just see. If they got cloaking, this changes the game. I need cloaking, 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 cloaking. All right, a military escort is still a few beacons behind, scattered by pirates. Truth be told, I think this war is silly. If we're willing to trade, we have to be quick. All right, sounds good. Oh, no, a rebel ship jumps in. It's their escort. The transport pretends not to be involved and accuses you of attacking them, so the escort attack. You jerk! You insufferable! Fine, you get some extra hacking power. We don't even need this med bay. More evasion. I'm at the 30% chance now. That's pretty good. You got some big scary guns, but I'm pretty sure we can charge faster than you, and if I can knock out those shields, well, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. You're going to die. That's what you're going to do. Let's go ahead and hack this down. Followed by a couple of quick hits to the weapon system, preferably to knock these out. He still managed to get his shot. That sucks. Let's see if we can do some damage to... Wow, that's a lot of misses. All right, so let's do some damage to the shield system here. I'm going to go ahead and send both of you to go deal with the oxygen. Let's get that back under control. Should have used my particle beam, but we're okay at the moment. Let's send a bit more power to hit the weapons kind of aggressively. And then particle beam on... Can't quite hit the oxygen and everything else I want. We can hit several rooms if we do this. This is what we're going to try for. Okay, didn't quite knock out the clone bay, but we have a fire set. That's pretty helpful at least. All right, I'm going to go ahead and try to use the crystal beam to hit the shields. That knocks down at least one more bar. All right. Now we're going to try to hit the oxygen. I'm wary about taking out too much of his health, but at the moment we're okay. Still some shields that we got to deal with, but I have a hacking module. Let's go ahead and knock that out. Followed by a particle beam on. Let's see if we can hit the engines plus the weapons and everything else. Also this clone base, so when people die, they stay dead. There we go. All right, so there's a lot of fire going on here. Lots of fire. You guys got no idea what to do about it. We're just going to have to try to kill him, I think. I don't want to take the risk of that missile going off. 34 scrap. It's something, but not great. And the store has gone straight up. Okay, I kind of assumed that once we killed the escort, we'd be able to actually do something with that store anyway, but it appears that is not the case. So this is a total waste of a trip, then, is what you're telling me? All right, fine. Let's go look for some more combat. I'm looking to kill some people. There we go. See? Rebels have taken over the ship. This is a Federation ship. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do at least a little bit of repairs. You can pull back on the engines, for example. You have no drones or anything. You have some missiles, it looks like. It doesn't look that bad. We got plenty of drone parts. I really don't mind using some of these. Just go ahead and knock out the shields. It just makes my life a smidge easier, you know what I mean? This makes my life a little bit easier. Let's see. I'm going to wait a second. And now let's go ahead and knock that out. I'm going to fire the missile off anyway. Ow! That was going to happen, though. It's kind of not a good way around that. All right, let's take out these weapons. Wow, what a whiff and a half. All right, hit the weapons with the crystal. We're going to try to knock out some weapons. Failed on that front completely. Let's see if we can hit piloting as well as oxygen and weapons. Or actually, that was an artillery gun. I just realized that's not piloting at all. Oh, that's way scary. All right, I don't know what this thing was about to shoot at me, but Can't allow that. Try to take out those weapons. No more missiles, please. They're setting all sorts of fires. Let's go ahead and put those out. You guys can get back to your original posts, please. He's got no shield, which means now we can start setting more fires and knock this stuff out. Let's go for... I hit 3 rooms here. Yes. Let's go ahead and knock these all out. That's a lot of fires. There we go. That's my boy. We can kill these 3 people, I think. There we go. He's got no more holes, so we really need the fire to do the rest of the job. But there's no oxygen. They can't get to their weapon system. They're not going to be able to free up the shields. Yeah, these guys are toasted. And I mean that literally. They're very toasty. But the fires actually killed him instead. Boo! All right, 23 scrap. We're up to 200, which means I could go for the next bar of shields. But I also really want to find a store. Like, so badly dost I coveteth a store. Go this direction and see what we can get. Let's not forget that we can also do more internal upgrades to the ship. Sell a load of missiles. Oh, heck yes. That was great. We actually got 105. I didn't know that the scrap recovery arm increased how much you get from sales. Well, that's exciting. Okay. Yeah, I think we go ahead and get the extra bars here for the shields. Plus, we can just go ahead and do this. All right. Let's go ahead and get maxed out shields. We're level 4 now. That's pretty good. Still no sign of any stores or anything, but, you know, maybe we'll get enough scrap if we can get cloaking later. That would be fantastic. We find a rebel ship. Great. Do I want more repairs? Answer, yes, a little bit. A couple more hull points would be nice. He has some drones. All right. Not a fan of that. You, I assume, can fire 2 shots, plus you have a beam weapon. What is this? Combat drone attacks my ship. This one, combat ship. So, when the stars align, you'll be able to take out all 4 bars of my shields, but not anytime soon.
Most like a
Yeah, 1 shot to kill you. There we go. All right. 58. Perfect. That's more what we're looking for. Still no sign of another shot. Go up this direction. Come on. Cloaking, man. Cloaking would be great. Federation automated supply drone that nearby is on the fritz. Okay. We can have our NG crew fix it, which we will do, and we get some repairs and 20 more scrap. That was nice. See, those kind of little random events are pretty good. Somewhere going to a peaceful sector can be nice. I still think we can get more from combat, but overall it's not bad. Another rebel ship? Man, this is not a very well-controlled Federation sector. Let's go ahead and intervene once again. I don't know who you are, but no one defies. You kidding me? I defy all the time. I defy everything. I defy my parents. Just ask. They don't like it. I forgot to switch these weapons around, so that's probably fine. Your weapons, you have a bomb of some sort, which I don't think I like. Still, I think we go ahead and commit to taking out the shield. Get ready to knock that out. Let's go boom. And then before you have you're going to fire off no matter what. Let's go ahead and double down on hitting the shields. Follow that up with the drones. We can't do as many repairs, or at least this drone is down. So his bombs are a threat, but otherwise he can't really get through me right now, which is pretty good. Then we go ahead and try to knock out the shields. Perfect. We go for the particle beam, and we hit all of this. Bye, buddy. Oh, look at all those fires. 4 rooms of fires. You're so screwed. And the funny thing is they're all trapped inside the shield room, too. So whenever the fire spreads in here, they literally can't get out. I mean, they're trying, but it ain't going to do them a whole lot of good. Oh, that's bad. All right, let's go ahead and take 1 more shot that should kill them outright. Perfect. 54 more scraps for me. Excellent. And 43. Hey! They thought they would get services because they defeated the Federation. They haven't yet, though. I guess you guys haven't heard. I am the hero multi-verse ship that is here to save the day. Haven't defeated anybody, not on my watch. Large Federation hangar has been built on a nearby planet. We're allowed to dock. All right, we get some repairs and some fuel. Also, as we exit, we find out that there is an elite ship on the way with 3 shield bars. Alrighty. I don't need any repairs, so for once, I can say let's do nothing and just go for some extra evasion chains. Well, that feels pretty good. Let's see. I'm not going to be able to make much use out of my drones unless we somehow accidentally shoot this. That's going to be a matter of luck, though. You have, it looks like a couple of, I assume these are burst lasers Mark II, which means you definitely can get through my shields, which means this beam is a little on the dangerous side. I want to kind of focus fire everything I got on these weapons. He's going to get 1 shot off. Here comes 6 volleys. Okay, our evasions kind of worked there, so we're in a good spot. Let's go ahead and fire everything we got toward weapons, followed by at least a couple toward the shields. And then let's go ahead and set some fires with engines, shields, oxygen, and so on, our usual lineup. A couple of fires at least will do the job and certainly distract them for a good long while. Not enough to take out these weapons. I'm shocked. Oh, he's got another weapon. Oh. Okay, well, there goes my O2 again. We can fix that, though. I'm going to fire everything I got here. Okay, we did not get very far, unfortunately. Crystal will pierce through the initial shield so we can get out the burst laser. So that leaves you with a beam that's no threat and a bomb which might be a threat, but at the same time also totally might not. Should be able to kill him. There we go. Ooh, pierce laser Mark II. Big scary gun. Okay, hang on. We kind of wanted some big scary guns. What is this one going to be good for? 3 power required. That's a lot, but it fires 4 shots. Okay, pierces 1 level of shields. Pretty decent breach chance on this. I mean, in terms of raw power, let's think about this for a second. You only ever have 8 bars of weapons. If we got rid of 1 burst and got a maximum set of power for our weapons, we could fit this onto our roster. It does take 17 seconds to charge, not that much longer than a crystal burst, so we can do these 2 as a volley, followed immediately by a particle beam. So basically it would mean that we're kind of sitting ducks for the first, 15 plus seconds of combat, but then we unleash absolute hell, and with 4 shots, this thing alone can get through a full bunch of shields. We're going to hold on to it, for sure. I mean, it could work. I don't know if it's the godsend we're looking for, but it's not bad. All right, we got a couple of stores we can hit up now. That feels great. Do we want to go to the Fed store here and then head for the outpost, or do we want to go over here? Let's start this direction, and if we find out it doesn't have what we want, maybe we can turn around and head towards the exit and get another store. Or something, I don't know. I'm really hoping for a cloak or something amazing. Let's see. We're a Federation ship. Give us stuff. I'm not gonna be. Let's go ahead and open it up. See a warm welcome. Okay. Do something on board the ship. Hey, we haven't actually done a salvage mission yet. Hey, 24 scrap. That's pretty good. Clocking! All right, that's what you're looking for. We're now set. We're good to go. All is well with the world. Dr. Drone. Fascinating. Some more defense drones. Blah blah blah. Crew teleporter. Drone control. I mean, as much as it would be fun to have drones, it's going to take too much reactor power at this point for me to justify this. So I'm going to say probably no. What we want to do now is go to the ship and definitely get more power bars if we can. Now, let me think. I can get 1. Getting this weapon to work is actually going to be kind of tough. Let me think about this for a second. So 1 power bar at least gets me my cloaking up and running. So we'll start with that, turn this on. I would need to get 2 more power bars in the weapons for this to work, which we can do. That leaves 3 left, which I can push toward. Maybe 1 more toward cloaking, and then 2 more toward engines. That might be what we end up going for. It's going to be expensive is the only problem. In the meantime, we can definitely go ahead and get at least an extra power bar here. The thing is, with cloaking, if we can start the fight with 10 seconds of invincibility while I charge my weapons, that just makes it easier for me to get that first crucial volley up. By the way, wait, what? This just seems like a bug. 9,999 scrap in order to get cloaking up to level 3, but it can go up to level 5. I wonder if it's one of those onboard upgrade things. It might be. Well, regardless, let's go ahead and buy that and just go for the extra cloak. I do think this is going to be a pretty serious setup. Yeah, I'd like to have more engine evasion chance and such, but I mean, this in a pinch is kind of huge. Let's go to the outpost. I kind of want to know what's going on over there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I think we need to just go for this immediately. I might be off by 1 jump, but I can never really know for sure how it's going to work. Another Federation outpost. Contact them. I'm not going to attack my own outpost. Ridiculous. Fuel, ammunition, or drone parts. Drone parts, I guess. We'll get 3 more. I don't know. It could be useful for some extra hacks, so that was kind of useless, if I'm being honest. Yeah, we actually could have done 1 more jump, I think. We should have gone up here first. Oh well. Let's go over here and see what's happening. Wish I had a little bit more scrap. Maybe I could have done some, let's see here. Let's go for a contact. Our goals have analogous elements, however, not all available for disclosure or discretion is necessary. I offer my help, and there is a quest marker in this next section. However, a management ship potentially sought by a second base on travel will have the probability. So 2 different quests, I'm guessing. Cannot risk obvious rebel engine conflict. Also needs time to acquire military ships. Assist in finding technology. So it sounds like we have 2 different quests. Alright, that's kind of exciting. Let's go over to the exit. We really should have done 1 more jump. I missed out on an opportunity here. We've arrived. Let us do an explore. And a critically damaged civilian carry ship is nearby. Alright, we will dock and try to save them. We get a Zoltan. Hey, more free crew members. What do I do with you? Great question. Let me see. Is anyone in their current position not already good at the job? These guys are already experts. I think I have used it in the cloaking, actually, which is going to free up one power bar at a place that I'm kind of always going to want it. Yeah, and we keep everyone else in position. We gotta find a name for you. Hang on. Your name is going to be Drake, the Dragon Prince. Okay. It's been a very, very profitable section for me at this point. Lots of scraps, got the all-important cloaking. Now we can move on to either the Orchid Garden Wars, or we can go to the Central Shipyard. Well, they both have exclamation points, which I assume means quests. I'm going to go to the Central Shipyards, because I think combat is in order. And hopefully we get a lot of extra scrap coming out of that. And also, who knows, maybe this is going to be a way for us to learn how to unlock a new ship type or something. Very high from the auto fleets. Okay. Locations of interest, the Central Power Core. No idea how that's going to work. We can try to deactivate this drone, or we can fight it. You got 3 weapons, no cloak, 3 bars of shields. We can fight this. Of course, there's a very good chance that we're going to have some problems as far as, some external fire, but all right. Repair box. Give me a little bit of hole. We're back to the full health. And sure enough, they have immediately launched. Okay. We are going to probably hold on to the cloak for a minute. We don't need this second. We're okay. Let's launch the drone to get his shields down. And I'm going to go ahead and fire that off in just a second. Let's see. His weapons are still charging. The thing is, I don't want to get hit by this beam weapon if we can avoid it. That's what we may need to save the cloak for. The beam he fired off early, and here comes the ASB targeting. We didn't go ahead and fire this all off immediately. Weapons. Piloting. Weapons again. And once the shields are down, which is now, we hit engines as well as shields, so we can't dodge. And then we cloak. Okay? So he's going to miss with his orbital shot. This gives me a second to go for a second volley. In the meantime, a lot of stuff is damaged. He only has a beam weapon, which, lo and behold, can't do a whole lot against me. Now can. That drone goes down. Let's go ahead and get that fixed. And 62 scrap. All right. By killing the auto guard, we have caused some people to get upset. So, do we try to go for an internal upgrade? We can also go for the lab here. You can install the lab for free with a level 2 med bay. Otherwise, you must use additional resources. This is probably cheaper than doing an upgrade for the med bay, but I don't remember for sure. Do we want to just try this? You can install upgrades for your crew at empty beacons. The alternative would be to go for internal upgrades, and we could do stuff like upgrades for the cloak. There it is. Okay, so this is how you get up to level 3 cloaking. Okay. Shadow weaponry. Now, what does that do? Is that an augment that would let me actually shoot while cloaked? Because that's kind of useful. Alternatively, shields, performance upgrades could be nice. Weapons, performance upgrade again. I don't need an ammo fabricator. We're all lasers. Hacking, neural disruptor, FTL jammer. No. Medbay. No. Engines, performance, long range jump. I kind of want to get the shadow weaponry and see if this works. I'm doing it. You're about to install the shadow weaponry upgrade. Firing the weapons does not disrupt the cloaking duration. Not compatible with cloaking level 3, 4, and 5. But the thing is, there's a good chance I wasn't going to get cloaking level 3, 4, and 5. So this lets me just shoot willy-nilly. This would require me having extra power bars. This does not. Let me think about this again for a second. We can get a couple more reactor bars. I need to get those into my weapons. Then I haven't talked about having extra passive defense with my engines. I'm going to do shadow weaponry. Let's do it. Okay, we have an upgrade. Cool. We can do more upgrades? Oh, okay, hang on. Breach sealant, extinguishers, energy shields. Ooh, that could be useful. I don't have enough scrap for that, though. No, I don't need any of that. I don't think I can afford much else, except for maybe some electrical insulation. What does this do? We're immune to stuns while in a shield room. That's useless. This increases FTL charge rate. I don't need that. This shortens shield recharge rate can be installed up to 3 times. That's really good. And then weapons, reduce cooldown by 10%. That's really good. Holy crap. Okay, so we need to get as many shield and weapon upgrades as we can find. That's what I'm learning here. This is how we get unbelievably powerful. I like it. Okay, well, there's nothing else I feel like I need to do right now. Unless I want to do the onboard lab. And you know what? I'm going to do it. Let's install a lab just so when I get to the next sector, we have an idea what that does. Maybe it's something exciting. And maybe it's not. We won't know until we try. Moving on, there's a quest. Well, we have to get to that quest. There's actually 2 quests. We gotta do both. Let's go that way. I like quests. Quests make me feel important in what I'm doing. Scans reveal large asteroid fields. Get some mining done. 67 more scrap. But unfortunately, not an opportunity to have an empty beacon where we do something. That's fine, though. Quests. Let's go get the quests. 78 scrap right now. It's pretty good. We're startled by the ghost ship. Very out of place in this automated sector. They send you a message. Hi, hello, we need wreck. You have guns. Guns make wreck. We make deal. Okay. New quests. Really? Dude, I am rolling the quests right now. It's not even funny. All right. How do I... Oh, crap. To get to this quest, we have to go all the way back down here. Ugh. All right. This is going to be a little unpleasant, and we're going to have to start outrunning the fleet in a big way. If I can find anything that delays the fleet, that would actually be great. We arrive at a rebel base, okay? It appears abandoned except for a well-armed ship. Well, that's fine. Activate repair bots. Let's go ahead and get my health back up a smidge. And they are trying to leave. Okay. Well, you're charging your weapons. I guess I'll just go ahead and cloak, and that way no one can do anything fun at all. Do I use my hacking drone to try and disable his engines? I think we have to, because otherwise I'm almost positive he's going to launch. How long does your cloak last, dude? My God. Let's go ahead and do this. Hack it immediately. We're trying to prevent these guys from going anywhere for at least a bit until I have a chance to shoot this down. We're going to get shot at with some missiles and stuff. There's not a lot I can do about it, to be honest. I need to fire everything I've got toward these engines, though. And the cloak. All right. Fire, fire. All weapons. All weapons. Okay. And then the particle beam goes toward, let's say, all of this. Actually, start at the engine room and work your way up toward cloaking. We need to stop his cloaking. Okay. His engines are completely down for the moment. That's a good sign. Stop, stop. Why is the Federation so damn ravenous? Don't you have better things to do than hunting down them rebel ships? I want your stolen tech. Ah, so that's what you're after. Too bad. You followed the wrong ship. The envoy that passed through here was a fake to treat fools like you. Let them go or ignore them. You know what? No, I attack. No, wait! Should just, I mean, if you don't have what I want, then fine. But at least you've got scrap. I'm taking that. You go and give me something out of this, dude. That's fine. We don't need to cook him. We got 45 scrap. Cool. And we got nothing out of the debris. So that was a waste. We got to go down this direction toward the quest as fast as we can. So we're ignore everything else to the north. What is this? The large generator has been sculpted onto the face of a nearby snow planet. Something is wrong. A battalion of pirate ships flies away, chased off by a distant rebel ship. A warning plays over the intercom. It is recommended that all personnel evacuate Power Grid 800 immediately. Catastrophic reactor failure is imminent. Estimated 10 minutes remaining until collapse. There's time left to try to salvage or run away. What is this? It's the engineer mothership. I want it. Ooh, there's time left. We're gonna swing in. Damn pirates, we told you to get the hell out of here. Okay, so we can't help but notice the reactor countdown is still going. You figure the engineers must know it as well. Is this a practice mothership fight? You get ready for combat. We'll go ahead and do a small amount of repairs because we might as well. We're gonna go ahead and launch my cloak immediately. That's exactly what he did too. So we're gonna have to wait for a second. His cloak, fortunately, is very slow. We'll use the hacking module in a minute. I got some time to just charge my weapons up. We gotta take this out fast. Oh, he hacked me. He hacked my weapons. Of course he did. All right, well, let's go ahead and try to knock out his shields. We gotta wait until this recharges, so then take a second. So the thing is, time is the one thing I don't have on this. Your cloak is charging up really fast. So I'll give you credit where it's due. I can't even charge my weapons. I can't get a single volley off. I think we made a mistake. Cloak. Hack. We're going to burn this down. We're going to knock out his own hacking as well. Let's also try to vent this out into space. Okay, wait a second. Fire. Oh, God! He's freaking hacked my weapons again! I can't do anything. We got to get out of here. This is a terrible fight. We can't win this. Run, 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 run. I mean, we can win it, but we're not going to. Run. We're taking damage. We're going to gain nothing out of that. I don't know how long that countdown is going to last. I simply know that there was no way we could have burned it down if he's going to keep cloaking and hacking that quickly. All right, Rebel Engineer. It's a bit unconventional, but we're in need of drone parts. I would happily take some scrap, so let's do that. And let's deal with the fact that we're kind of, on fire. Okay, we're all healed up. Everyone go back to your posts, and we will be completely fine. Okay, so moving on to the next area, heading toward that quest, there is an asteroid field detected in this location. Just going to have to accept that risk for the moment. We have cloak for a reason, and for some reason, cloaking works against asteroids, which has never made a lot of sense. Salvager doesn't notice me. We're going to go ahead and attack the ship. And I guess I might as well do a small amount of repairs. Why not? Let's go ahead and cloak immediately. I don't really see any reason to let him have a weapons charge where I can just do it myself. Should be dodging just fine. I assume we can launch the hack even without the cloak on, but I could be wrong on that. Let's go ahead and start that hack. Get those shields down. Your weapons don't look very scary to me, but I still want to knock some of those out. I'd also like to knock out things that you're piloting so you can't dodge me. Go ahead and try to knock that out. We're also going to hit the weapons. Okay, that didn't do very much. I'm going to hit the shields and the engines. Knock those subsystems down, and there we go. With fires and whatnot, I don't think this guy is going to be able to do much. He certainly won't be able to run, and his dodge chance is greatly reduced. He is technically able to actually hurt me. Ow! Okay, easy enough. Took only a tiny bit of damage out of that. 48 scrap, continue to the platform, and we get some fuel. All right. Not a bad arrangement. 218 scrap now. Do you want to go ahead and spend some of it now? I can't do anything while we're in a dangerous sector, so never mind. It's kind of taken away from me. Let's go ahead and move toward the quest beacon. We can kill this one at least. There we go. And there's an auto ship. Okay, so maybe it was once again a trap. I'm guessing it was a trap. Somebody call Admiral Akbar because I'm getting trapped all the time here. It's really annoying. Okay, so let's go ahead and launch this immediately. You have no defensive drones, which is good. I'm going to go ahead and hack. Sorry, cloak. I need to temporarily kind of distract you and let them fight for a second until the mind control starts to wear off. Now you can head back over here. I don't think they'll destroy this in time. Let's go ahead and begin the hack now. We need to knock out that mind control for sure. What did you hack, by the way? You hacked my shields. I can't let you do that, but I also really need to knock out things like his weapons. He's got a lot of guns. Yeah. Oh my God, what an absolute whiff. So little got hit there. So little. All right, keep hitting the weapons and stuff. Fire won't do much because there's no oxygen, but at least we can knock out some of those. There we go. Just didn't want to time it where he hacks my shield at the wrong moment, and all of a sudden we just regret life. There we go. That takes out a bunch more. Weapons are completely out, and we should be golden at this point. There we go. There we go. That was easy. All right. I don't even think we took a scratch out of that. You've done as the ghosts asked to reduce the auto ship to a wreck. Now what? We wait for the ghosts. Yes, good, this is what you want. They expect it thoroughly, and they give me a crew member who's really good at dealing with combat. Okay, Mikhail. Question, you're a yellow Zoltan. What are you good at? He's a wraith. Oh, a powerful electrifying vagabond ghost, not to be confused with the actual paranormal. He has a special occasional ability. He ions the current system by 2 bars and stuns all crew. Oh, so I need to keep you out of any rooms with subsystems, or you might actually knock out my own system? And he's also immune to a lot of things. He has extra speed health, and he's really good at sabotage. Fascinating. I'm going to put you up over here, I guess. So yeah, he ioned my system, I think. Huh. Well, that's going to get irritating very quick. So what else do I want to invest in here? We talked about doing some engines, but I also really need to get my power back up. We can get the last 2 bars here. That takes kind of all of my scrap. I'm going to do 1 upgrade. But I'm only saving some scrap in case we get to an empty beacon and maybe we have an opportunity to get down here. Oh, we can't get to the exit. We can't do it. Oh. Maybe we have an opportunity to get to an empty beacon and then do some upgrades, make our weapon speed go up a little bit. If I thought this would have a chance at slowing down the enemy fleet, I would do this, but I don't see that being a thing. Anti-ship batteries, no. So let's see, we got a few jumps. We can head here and kind of work our way this way toward the exit, but I can't do the last quest. That sucks. I hate passing up those opportunities. An advanced rebel automated ship remains stationed near a small rebel space station. Do we want to cloak and access the cache or fight it? I think I want to fight it. Now, they have a cloak of their own, which is obviously irritating. But we're prepared to fight. So we'll prepare at full health. He's going to cloak. That's fine. I will cloak too. See? 2 can play at that game. What you going to do? Nothing. Not a dang thing. I'm just going to let my weapons charge up for a minute. And then we're going to launch this hacking drone. You got some pretty big doors on you, buddy. This appears to be one of those energy drones, which does damage, but also ion damage, which is why it's knocking out a bar of my shields. It's kind of irritating. Go ahead and hack. It's time to start that process. You got a couple of big beam weapons, I think, but probably not much else. Well, I still want to knock that out, probably. Let's go ahead and hit weapons. Hit the cloaking. And hit the shields, I guess. Might as well divert our fire on a lot of things. Plus, we can hit all this with the particle beam weapon. Knocks out a few of this, so we're left with just a really big, scary-looking laser, which can't do anything to me. All right, so we're immune here, as long as you can't run away. And no cloak just means it's going to be that much easier to deal with you. That's as easy as it gets, frankly. With no damage at all. I mean, that's a good sign. It says that we're doing pretty good. An Ion Barrage Mark II. Okay, interesting. What is this gun going to do for me? Fires off one shot per charge. Only takes 5 seconds to charge. Yeah, no, I think I pass on that one right there. Any stores or anything? No, not yet. Do we go for an upgrade now? We could get the weapon upgrade right now. This just means I don't... that's fine. We're not going to a sector that has an empty beacon. We already know that. Let's go ahead and do the upgrade. And then we're going to swap out the weapon. Now we have a Pierce Mark II, which means I have 2 weapons that I need to sell. So this is a pretty weak weapon, and if I can get rid of this for something worth only 1 power that's better, I'd happily do it. But in the meantime, it's kind of a maximum amount of power I can work with, so it's going to have to be good enough. All right, that should be a pretty big increase in firepower. Let's take a look at what's going on over here. Find someone else we can beat on for fun. Damage engineering vessel orbits the beacon. Okay, we can hail them. You aren't here to kill us, are you? You shake your head. Oh, good. In that case, maybe you can help us. We had an issue with the prototype cognitive we were working on. After the free roamer incident, the rebellion banned all attempts at creating fully sentient ships. We broke that rule, and it was a terrible mistake. Now the auto ship has escaped. You don't suppose you can track it down and destroy it? We can't let command know about the slip-up. Oh, good. Another quest in the next sector. Well, that's fun. Hey, a store. Let's go over this direction. See if we can get a little bit more scrap. Anything exciting here? There's another automated ship. All right, some ammunition manufacturing plant. We're going to attack the ship because, of course, we are. And I could do repairs, but I don't need it, so forget it. And you cloaked. Well, that's fine. I'll cloak too. There, see? You can play that game. It's really easy to deal with. Get ready to knock out those shields with the hacking. I mean, this is a pretty strong setup we've got going over here. It's going pretty well. Let's go ahead and knock this thing out. Here comes a whole bunch of weapons ready to go. Let's go ahead and begin the hack now. We are going to burst laser your piloting. Crystal your piloting as well. I want to make sure there's no dodge chance on this. Then we're going to hit your shields with the 4 bursts, and then we're going to hit your drones and your weapons so that you can't get through my shields. Okay, so that was pretty decent. Cloaked again. You got a really fast charging cloak, dude. How do I get one of those? I want a fast charging cloak. Fast charging cloak sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, this Pierce 2 seems to do pretty well. And breaches are fantastic, because kind of like fires, your enemies have to deal with those first and foremost, which just makes your life a lot easier, so I want that. Take out the cloak, take out the engines, take out the shields, blah, blah, blah. I set some fires, doesn't matter, he's got nothing left. Okay, and we'll just go ahead and cloak, because why not? First you, and you're dead. Okay, easy fight. We're taking fights with no damage. Good sign. 58 scrap. I love it. Now that the patrol ship has been taken out, the automated factory has sounded an alarm. We have time to grab one thing, ammunition or weapons. I'm going to grab a weapon. We get a mine launcher. I didn't actually want a weapon, but I figure if I'm going to a store anyway, we might as well just get over here and sell it. There's only one other ship at this beacon showing minor damage. They had a run-in with pirates and are selling off equipment. These guys are great cards. No. See what they're selling. Okay, now we can finally do something on board the ship. We are going to install an internal upgrade. Do I upgrade shields or weapons? I think we go for a performance upgrade on the weapons. 10% reduction in cooldown is huge. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea a lot. Man, I'd love to do even more. If I had just a smidge more scrap, we could actually do more upgrades. FTL jammer, no. Cloaking, can't do that. Medbay, don't need it. Mental stimulants, engines. We do performance upgrade here, but that's only for the FTL charge rate, which I don't care about. That's good if we're running away a lot. Okay, well, we're not going to do anything here. Can you perform a task? Yeah, actually. We kind of forgot we could do this. There's a risk. No, I'm not taking any risks. I'm happy with the crew that I've got at the moment. So let's go ahead and sell some junk. 30 scrap there, 30 scrap there, 25 scrap there. All right. You have some bigger guns. Anything worth only 1 power? Answer, yeah, a chain burst laser. Nah, we don't care about that. More beams? No, don't need those either. Backup batteries, drone control, blah, blah, blah. 3 amp energy. Yeah, but I don't have the power to justify that. A backup battery is not a bad idea. What else you got? Emergency generator? That's only good if I have combat augments, which I don't. A shield jammer reduces their shield system by 2 bars, uses 2 power and 1 fuel. That's only good if I had extra generator, which I'm not going to by the time that I'm done. Though I will say, being able to knock out 1 shield bar is kind of good. We could do this and the backup battery. There's a thought. Yeah, let's try it. Let's see if it works. It might be great. It could also be terrible. We're going to try it. What this might do is allow me to use this backup battery to, we'll spend 2 bars to knock out an enemy shield, and then whenever we want to use a cloak or something, we use the backup battery so I can get up to maximum power. Maybe. Let's explore the area. It looks like a military vessel. I'm going to go ahead and get a reactor upgrade for, like, a very free. Okay. And there it is. All right. Unfortunately, if we'd already been maxed out on my reactor, I'm pretty sure I would have gotten a free bar, and that would have been huge for me right now, but we did not. Yeah, I feel pretty decent about this. And then as far as other upgrades, we can hold off on some of those. So we got 1 sector left to go here before we get to the final fight. Free Mantis and Liberated Sectors. This is my last chance to go for some upgrades, but I feel really good about my current setup. I think we got a shot, guys. We're going to go for it. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, then I'm going to humbly ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Promise, and welcome back to more FTL Multiverse. I don't know what's going on here, because I'm pretty sure we already resolved this event and got a reactor upgrade, but apparently I clicked through too fast, because now we got this popping up here when I reloaded the game. So someone's trying to come on board to improve my reactor, and apparently doesn't like that I didn't buy any. Well, great, okay. Cool. Shield jammer or repair bots? I say we go ahead and do some repair bots and just get some of this hold back since he decided to damage my ship, my beautiful, beautiful ship. He also set some fires. Okay. I've got weapons that are fully charged and a cloak and stuff. Let's go ahead and immediately hack down his shields. He's not going to have a chance to fire at me. Wait for this to go down just a little bit longer. And, okay, let's go ahead and launch against, let's say, the shields. Followed by a Pierce against probably the shields, Crystal against the weapons, and the oxygen plus all this. We should be able to cook this guy out if all goes according to plan. Though, because this is a weird event, I'm not even sure if we're actually going to get anything out of this. I don't know. I don't know how this happened. I thought we already resolved the last event. Apparently, I am wrong on that. But, okay, like, good to know, I guess. Let's go ahead and hit this shield room. That guy's going to die. Then we're going to hit the clone bay. Make sure that no one can regenerate. They're all very dead. Fires are going to finish these guys off, plus breaches, plus oxygen deprivation. They're all very, very, very dead. I'll just go ahead and hasten that process. See? Okay, that's dealt with. And, nope, we didn't get any rewards. Okay, I don't know what's happened with all that. That was a bit bizarre. I don't know where that came from. But we dealt with it like champs. So, cool. Let's go ahead and repair. Also, I forgot to rename this raid. It's going to be Pyru. Hello, Pyru. All right, so let's see. We don't have a lot of scrap to work with. Where do you want to go? The Liberated Sector or the Free Mantis regions? Let's go to the Free Mantis regions and have some fun with them. I have no idea if this is the right choice or not, but yeah, Mantis means possibly some extra combat. So medium to low rebel chance. Looks like the Free Mantis are actually maybe kind of friends. They're exceedingly loyal to the Federation. Oh, fascinating. Nomadic culture, traveling in small clans. Cool. I'm going to contact the guard. Hi, how you doing? Request assistance, request for a warrior. I don't think I can have any more crews, so this does nothing. I'm going to request assistance, and he just gave me 35 scrap. He will help the Federation and always can. Well, yay! I made the right choice coming here. Hey, look, it's the traveling merchant, also a quest. Okay, we need to plan how we're going to get to this. We need to sort of go along this way, I think, to get to the quest and then get to the merchant before we get to the exit. The exit's in an unfortunate position because we do not have a lot of time to get up over here. This, I think, is the fastest path. So we're going to go this way. Also, I wouldn't mind having opportunities to upgrade some more of my weapons and stuff, so MP beacons would be great. Intelligent life forms. Are these the weird little horse-like things? It is. Try to communicate, and we actually found another NG. Hello. Also, 26 scrap. Okay. Well, I don't need another NG, but if we want to get rid of somebody, we could. We have skills with engines, apparently. I mean, I don't really like the leech. The leech is not very useful to me. I don't like its abilities, but you know what? I also the wraith could be helpful. The wraith could be helpful. I'm gonna get rid of Paradox. I'm sorry, Paradox. But I think you're the least useful race for what I am doing. So we're dismissing you, and we'll bring you on instead. All right. And you know what? Just because I'm gonna reprogram this NG and name you Paradox as well, just so you don't feel like you're being completely thrown out of airlock, even though you kind of were. Okay. There's another store. Well, I'm heading this direction anyway, so I guess we might as well go through it and see if there's anything of excitement that we can investigate. Freemantis Captain, all right, what you got? Take a gift. Gosh, these guys are so sneaky accommodating. We can go for an upgrade now. Let's go for an internal upgrade. I will upgrade the weapons again, because we can do this one more time. That's pretty huge. Shields? Or do we want to upgrade the weapons one more time? I mean, being able to fire really fast is huge. I think I'm going to go for another performance upgrade. Boom. All right, so we can't do any more. I've got 3 upgrades on this. This reduces the charge time of my weapons by a lot. It's kind of ridiculous. We can upgrade the battery, too, apparently. Didn't know that. All right, so anything I want to do? Yes, let's run a salvage mission. We get 25 more scrap, just in time for a bit of trade. Don't have any use for any of these. Page 2, you got weapons, none of which are for 1 power. You do have a flak 1, which is nice, but yeah, can't do anything with these because I don't have enough power bars to go around, so this is useless. Yeah, I think we just skip this. There's nothing I can buy from you that's going to be really great, except for maybe mind control, but I don't really have enough power to go around for any of that anyway. So yeah, skip that. All right, moving on. Heading toward that quest, fast as we can. I would like to see what's going to happen from it. It was kind of a big one. This is the rogue AI, by the way. Federation Captain, please save us from the rebels. Sure, all right. I mean, because you said please. I mean, how can I say no? You want to jam your shields? Yeah, it only cost me a fuel and a couple power bars I'm not using right now. So, boom. Let's go ahead and launch the hack and unload. And my weapons should charge really, really, really quickly. So you're going to be in for a really bad time. Also, you're in for a bad time because I'm launching you into space. Because I don't like your face. I'm going to send these guys up over here toward the engine room so that we can deal with the invaders. And then we are going to hit oxygen, shield, weapons, everything. Burn, baby, burn. Crystal can pierce through the shield and might just knock it out entirely. That works. Knock out the weapon. And as soon as he retreats his guys, which he may or may not do, he did, let's go ahead and knock out the 3 teleporters so he can't come back. Everyone else get back to your positions. And he's dead. 7 scrap out of that arrangement. Not bad. Also grateful. Alright, I want to get things to the sword, but I think it's never quest. I don't know that we're going to have enough jumps to make this work. Asteroids. Let's mine the asteroids and do 6 more. My God. Alright, hang on. What other upgrades might I want? How about a power bar for good measure? Yeah. Plus maybe some engines or whatever. Sure. Also go for more hacks. Upgrades for other stuff like piloting, better doors, better sensors. I'm going to go for an upgrade of the doors. That still leaves us 160 more scrap. And I don't really need anything else. Except I would have been tempted to say we should have gone for level 3 with our cloak, but we kind of It kind of prevented us from doing that with getting the shadow weaponry, but that's gonna be fine. Whoa! What have we found here? All right, so again, we're tracking down a rogue AI. You've arrived at the coordinates given by the engineers, but instead you found a crashed starliner converted into a massive city, bustling with pirates. A prime place to find a rogue AI, but not an easy one to search through. Fortunately, the pirates don't really seem to care that you're a Federation officer. Living so close to Rebel space, it's probably a nice change of pace, if anything. Asking around about a rogue cognitive, however, turns up confusing results. Most people have no idea what a cognitive is, and most redirect you to speak with the King of the City. So most don't know, and then most also redirect. A little bit confusing. You step into a massive, cobbled-together tower of spliced cargo containers in the hulls of former Rebel ships. In the center sits a throne on which rests a rotund down upon you. He isn't particularly imposing, save for the buzzsaw that apparently has replaced his left hand. I see ye have found my dominion. Welcome, matey. The man stands up, revealing he in fact has no feet, but rather a set of treads. He rolls towards you, and it becomes clear that this is no man at all, but rather a ramshamble doctor drone. I be Captain A5540L3 at your service. How might I help you, lad? The drone sticks out his left hand to shake yours before it remembers its situation, and so quickly stuffs it behind its back and reaches out its right instead, which is instead a much less imposing but still concerning blaster arm from a battle drone. I will shake your hand. You carefully grab his arm cannon and shake it up and down. Mighty fine grip you've got there, lad. Now, surely there's a reason the Federation's come marauding around here. It doesn't take a genius to realize this is the cognitive in question, and you waste no further time explaining the situation to him. Sounds great, matey. You surely understand I'm not just gonna roll out of here with you. And we have a standoff, don't we? It would appear so. 855 does his best to clap, then whistles. Seconds later, a massive auto dreadnought comes whirling by through a hole in the ceiling. Last chance, lad. I don't want to cause no bloodshed today. Okay. Big freaking ship. Jeezums. We can leave, but I want to fight it. Let's see what happens. His massive vessel makes no attempt to fight you until you get to your own cruiser. Okay. Well, here we go. Do we jam the shields? Answer, yes. I still think that's the best call. He's going for mind controls. That's annoying. Let's launch this at his shields, followed by a cloak. And now he shouldn't be able to do a whole lot to me. I don't want to send the Wraith over here. He just knocked out my backup battery. Let's send this NG over here to try and distract this guy so he can't do any more damage to my weapons. We'll take some damage, but I'm not feeling too worried about it right now. He apparently also has some backup emergency shielding stuff. Let's go ahead and hack this down. Let's burn this down. Let's go for... Oh, he just sent some drones. Hello. Let's go for a big honkin' pierce on his drones. And the crystal against... I think honestly we just double up on his drones. Let's make sure his drones aren't a threat, because he's got a lot of those. And then we'll go ahead and use the particle beam to make sure his weapons go down a little bit too. All right, so hopefully these drones are now useless. It looks like they probably are. You go over here and do some repairs, if you can, please. The cloak appears to be having some trouble. Missiles! Okay, so he did some damage there, but not too bad. Let's just wait for my weapons to recharge. Now we have to fix my oxygen as well. You got a lot of guns on you, dude. You got a lot of guns on you. The particle beam only has limited usage here. We really need to take out these weapons so he can't knock out my shields because he has a couple of big artillery guns here. Yeah, let's go ahead and fire everything we got over there. Particle beam. Knock out the mind control and the piloting if you can. So we stop getting mind controlled. There we go. Weapons are down. Mind control down. And this artillery beam doesn't scare me. Okay. Fine. We're going to win this. Big ship, big scary ship. But if this is in any way an indicator as to what's to come with the mothership, this is a really good sign. Really, really good sign. All right, suddenly the dreadnought shuts offline, falling to the ground. In the distance approaches the engineers from earlier here to collect their AI. You don't have time to hail them before you receive another hail from 855. Please, matey, don't hand me over. They'll tear me apart and turn me offline. That's no proper fate for a pirate. Yeah, I mean, he's been friendly enough, but we can't allow an AI, so hand it over. We get 69 scrap. Nice. All right, well, that went pretty well, all things considered. Let me take a second to get everyone healed back up. So that went fun. Cool quest. Very cool quest. Let's head down here toward the Traveling Merchant. The Traveling Merchant sometimes has really, really cool stuff. I'd like to get that. NG ship. All right, let's accept the transmission. Free Mantis in pursuit. The Free Mantis are usually good guys. Let's contact them. Seems happy to see you and welcomes you to the sector. He wastes no time and asks for his intent. Harm them? No, this is war, very troubling. Alliances are crucial, and best way is through mutually beneficial agreements, such as the trade. But the NG run, we suspect they are afraid. I promise we wish them no harm. Explain gratitude. We get 32 scrap. Nothing really coming out of that one. That's fine. Just head down toward that merchant again. Still looking for anything exciting. The Mantis Hive does not appreciate the Free Mantis attempts at separating themselves, and rogue Mantis hunters often go out to hunt them down. Alrighty. Do we do a shield jammer? I mean, I've still got the power sitting around. Let's just go ahead and do it. Just costs a little fuel and makes fights that much easier. Go ahead and launch a hack at your shields, followed by an immediate cloak. So as we're trying to prevent these guys from landing on me, because that gets irritating very quick. Let's go ahead and start knocking out your shields, followed by knock out your mind control. Let's knock out the shields of the Pierce. And let's use the burst to take out the crew teleporter. He still was able to land. Gosh dang it. And we will just try to burn you out of house and home. I'm going to take out your weapons as well as your oxygen and set a handful of fires. We got some big, scary doors. So if you want to come over here, that's great. I'm going to move this guy over this way. And I'm just going to go ahead and start preemptively venting this. Because if you want to head in over here, I'm hoping we can just kill you. Well, I'm hoping anyway. We can do a little bit of damage. Not a lot, though. It figures their first thing they're doing is going after my Free Mantis, by the way. They really are hunters for these guys, aren't they? They really, really are. Let's go ahead and knock out... Honestly, I don't think we want to do any more damage to them. I think we just want to set fires. These guys won't last long. They ran away already. See? Easy. Very easy. We're fine. We're completely fine. The oxygen is gone, and they're dead. All right. 76 more scrap. Open up some cargo, and we find a Mantis survivor who freaks out and runs away. Okay. Well, bye. He just sort of appeared and disappeared. I think that might have been a slight bug. All right, moving on to the merchant. Let's see what this traveling merchant has. I got 353 scrap. We can do a lot of fun stuff with you. Hello there. Let's see. First off, I can sell some resources. We can also attack him. I actually think we could win, weirdly enough. I will sell some ammunition. Let's say 10, just in case I end up buying a missile weapon and I feel really stupid for it. Let's trade with you, and he's got some support weapons. A pro-hull beam, a seemingly oxymoronic weapon. It repairs the enemy hull. That probably is good if you want to keep them alive long enough to cook them, which I do not. Let's see, a heal bomb, no. A repair cluster. Floods a room with nanobots. That's only good for defending me. It has no power requirements? That's interesting. Wait a minute, that could be useful. But it takes up a weapon slot. I don't need that. Scanner, weapon not designed for combat, reveals rooms. I don't need that either. Crystal lockdown bomb, okay, or a stun bomb. None of this is helpful to me. These are all weird support weapons. I have no practical use for any of this. All right, never mind. You were a waste of my time. Even I was hoping you would be my friend. One more jump over here. We're almost ready for the final fight. Almost that time. We've jumped in the aftermath of what appears to be a brutal exchange. Let's scan the wreckage. We find a little bit more. I would like the opportunity to get to an empty beacon and do some more stuff. Please. I want to upgrade my shields. We might be able to do that right now, actually. Yeah, I'm going to check the storage, and we're going to go ahead and perform some internal upgrades. Shield time! Performance upgrade. 7 or 17% upgrade? 17%, my God. Yes, upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. I got so much scrap, I can do whatever the frick I want. Ammo fabricator, don't need engines. Long range jump. You can get engines level 4 and go to any previously visited beacon. That's kind of cool. I'm thinking another performance upgrade. You can only do this 3 times, so that's kind of all we got. I've only got 13 fuel left, so let's be wary of that. I don't care about being immune to stuns in the shield room, ion fields, ignore ion damage. Ooh. That's kind of good, though. I'm going to do that, too. Onboard tech. You know what? No, never mind. We could go to, I think, the onboard lab. We did do something with this, didn't we? Oh, here we go. All right, human. We can make you have, I guess it's supposed to be like psi. Diversification. 7% buff to movement speed, combat damage, and repair speed. You'll not be able to install any more primary upgrades for the human crew. Really? Holy crap, we can make these guys powerful. All right, hang on. NG, what can we do with you? Environmental adaptation, suffocation, immunity. Ooh. That actually be kind of helpful. Nanite efficiency, repair speed increased. The thing is, I don't want to spend too much more fuel. I'm a little bit worried about that. Crystal, crystallized hydrogen, suffocation immunity, but lose their extra health. Hardened crystals, sabotage damage, don't need that. I kind of like this. So I guess we upgrade the humans. And then for the NG, we have to have upgrades for this before that's useful. Don't need this. I guess we don't really need to do much. I don't need to upgrade my crew members. I'm just sort of surprised. Double power? Ooh, hang on. It takes 6 fuel. I can't do this. I don't have enough fuel to justify all this. Man, that's interesting, though, isn't it? So, Federation Capital time. That's really cool, though. So I'm not taking full advantage of all the features, but you can see that if you get a load of scrap and lots of resources and stuff, there's like a lot more you can do to keep upgrading your ship. That's pretty cool. Critically high threats. That's fine. We've arrived at Node 17, the Federation capital. You've heard the stories of the conflicts back in Universe Zero, the reality where the multiverse tech was discovered. Now you're about to take part in it. All right, well, that's great. Let's contact the Federation command. So you're the multiverse ship I've heard about. You've come a long way. I can hope it's only paid off. You're the Federation's last stand. Yes, indeed. Repairs, fuel in a sector map. I'm thinking maybe fuel in a sector map. 15 fuel's a lot, because maybe I can get some more upgrades in the future. We can actually do that right now. In fact, we can just literally do some upgrades. Okay. Well, NG, I think I'm going to go ahead and give you environmental suffocation immunity. And the reason why is if there's ever a breach and I need you to go and repair that, I want you to be able to do that safely. And then perform a task and do a salvage mission, I guess. No, we're going to repair the hull. Let's go ahead and get that maxed out. So any other upgrades we want? Well, I do think it usually is worth buying some extra bars and a couple of things just to prevent damage from shutting you down entirely. You get the extra doors, autopilot. I don't think we need the sensors, but I guess we could do that. Alternatively, let's upgrade the O2 just in case that gets hit, because that could be game over if we get hit the wrong time. Alrighty, I think we are ready. There's a repair station nearby. There's the enemy flagship, and there's also a traveling merchant again. Hello. Well, we probably don't need to go to the repair station, but I'm going to head in that direction anyway. Extra combat is almost always going to be a good thing. The thing is, like, what am I going to do with the extra scrap? I don't know. Greetings, Captain. It's an honor to serve beside you. Oh, okay. Well, he's a good guy. Cool. Let's get to that repair station. I didn't know there were going to be good guys. Usually there's only enemies wherever you see that triangle. 41 scrap. We get some more stuff. Okay. I did kind of want some more materials. That works. Heading up this direction. We do need to intercept that flagship. Let's get in position, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get in position to deal with them. We're going to attack the guard. Okay, a well-armed MFK guard. Who is the MFK? Are they good guys? I feel like they're good guys. We're going to ignore the drop point. I don't need to fight them. And we're going to head directly for the flagship. Here goes nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Here goes nothing. Ooh, it's a big flagship. All right, if we can destroy this monstrosity, the Federation ship will have a chance of surviving. It's got 5 shield bars. Jeez. Well, it's good thing we got shield jammers. Go ahead and knock that thing down. All right, so down to 4. Here we go. Now, we want to launch the hacking module, of course. Take out the shields, because they got a lot of them. Let's go ahead and use our cloak. They, interestingly enough, do not have a cloaking module of their own. I am temporarily going to send someone in here just to distract them. They'll shoot each other for a little bit, at least to give me enough time to get my weapons ready. Let's go ahead and begin the hack. That should have been enough time. Whoa! Okay, so he just sent a lot of people over here. Lots of people. We're going to go ahead and start venting some stuff into space. Let us... What do we want to hit? What do we think that we're most worried about? This is a lot of artillery guns and nothing else. That's interesting. We want to try to hit things like his crew teleporter. I think we really want to hit mostly are going to be things with the shields. Knock that out. Let's use regular burst against the piloting to try and knock that out. I'm not worried about a beam weapon. What is this? Is this missiles? These are lasers. This might be missiles too. I have no idea. We can knock out at least 2 of these artillery beams, I think. I think he's sending more folks over here. Let's go ahead and try to take that out. Good. Got it. All right. He's trying to send more after me. Dude, that is audacious. Hit 4 rooms. Let's try to set some stuff on fire. This is kind of why we have all these people. So let's go ahead and send a bunch of folks over here and begin fighting like that. All right. So we were able to set fire onto that. That's good. He's trying to repair this. He might very well succeed at it, too. Zoltan's on the risk of death. We need to get... Whoa, Drake, run. Okay, he's running away. Good. Let's try to knock this crew teleporter down again, because I think he's trying to send more after me. We lost some power for our particle beam. Okay, we killed a bunch of crew members. That's good. Close this. We can cloak in just a second. I think we're going to go ahead and do it now, because he can launch some stuff at me. Mostly ion, it looks like. Not worried about that. Drake, get down over here. You go to a different room, Mr. Ray, and get some power on and heal you up. I'd really rather not lose my Zoltan. That's just extra power that I kind of need. All right, so far doing really well. Let's go ahead and try to knock out his shields and stuff again. Turn the particle beam back on. I can't because I don't have enough power. Hang on, fix that. There we go. And I'm going to try to kill them at my crew teleporter. I can just kill some of his people. Breaches will prevent him from going anywhere. There we go. Because he was obviously trying to send a lot after me, and I wasn't really feeling it. You know what I mean? I just wasn't feeling it. Here come missiles. He missed most of it. We have some breaches. All right. Should be able to repair those pretty quick. Get you back up into the cloaking area. He's taking out my O2. Irritating. Let's hack him. And I want to hit his mind control. I want to hit him in the shields. I want to hit his O2. And I want to use the particle beam to knock out the rest of these artillery guns. Just resist it, okay? We've got some sort of a rock upgrade or something. A little irritating. Still not feeling threatened by him, though. So far, this is going really well. It'd be really great if we can kill his crew outright. Killing the crew means he'll become a drone, but it also means he'll have less people able to repair systems and stuff. That's usually considered to be pretty good. Let's knock out this artillery gun completely. And if I want to, I can be really bold with just fires. 5 rooms, set them on fire. Go. There we go. That's what we're looking for. All right. All right. We're sending these guys to go and heal up. I don't think we're in any danger. I didn't even check, by the way, but I'm pretty sure my shields are healing up at absurd rates. He's trying to repair the mind control. We're going to need to stop him from doing that. I want to get rid of that before he takes out my O2 again. There we go. It's gone. More fires, of course, just means these guys are more likely to die. This human medic is in a bit of trouble. More people dying. Good. All right. Unfortunately, we didn't kill everybody, because the damage to the hull actually was able to finish him off just from the fires. But we definitely killed a lot. All right, so for the most part, my crew is looking like they're in position. All is well. That fight went really, really well for me. Don't need the med bay. Let's go ahead and get power back online over here. Okay, so we're still in a good spot. We have to go to the rebel base, or sorry, the headquarters of the Federation. Otherwise, he'll destroy it and we'll lose the game. Okay, so he lost one of his big ion wings. He still doesn't have a lot going on over here. He is redirecting a lot of power to drones. Fair enough. Let's go ahead and jam his shields once again. He's down to only 3. That's great. Do I want to use my cloak right now? Well, he just hacked my cloaking. Let's go ahead and launch this here. Ah, he breached me here too. Okay, we really need to take out the drones and the breaches ASAP. Though remember, the NG don't suffocate here, so that's pretty helpful. Yeah, I need to take out his drone control ASAP. We were unable to use the cloak in time. That's unfortunate. Now we can use it. Okay. Looks like he disabled my ability to knock out his shields. All right, fair enough. We can knock out this. So we're going to start with throwing everything I've got at his drones, which is a lot. We're going to take out the hacking and drone control, and hopefully that saves me some effort here. Ah! He healed up just in time. Never mind. Launch another hacking drone. Okay, I need you guys to all go back to your normal positions because there's no oxygen here. We need to go and defend our oxygen, which we should be able to do. Okay, here comes a power surge. Scary. We did land this time. Let's go ahead and do this. Knock out his shields. Wish I had my cloak, but I don't. Okay, so with drones mostly down, we hit his shields as aggressively as we can. We hit the drones a little bit further, and we try to what? Hit his hacking, so we can't knock out my cloak. Followed by a particle beam hitting the shields and one of these artillery cannons, including the missiles. All right, so here come a load of drones. Ah, and we got a fire, but overall, not that bad. Not that bad. How are my people doing? Looks like my mantis is in danger. I think we can kill this drone in time, but it's pushing it. Okay, we got it. So we're safe. You guys really need to go heal up. Let us throw a bit more power at drones. And then if I can kill his people again, that'd be great. Let's try to take out his O2 system. There you go. There's a breach as well. Here comes more stuff. All right, hang on. Landed in the door control. Huh? Yeah, I can't send anyone to go deal with you, so I need to try and knock out your drone control. There we go. This drone is down. All right, we're fine. We're fine. We'll be able to use the cloak for the next big power surge, which is coming up right now. There it is. The good news is we can fire despite the fact that we have cloak. So let us try to kill this guy off. I'm going to set more fires, especially against things like hacking. Okay, more fires just going to slow him down by a lot. And if he's not going to repair his drones, I don't see what he's going to do to me. Go ahead and close these doors because I need the oxygen to regenerate. I need to send these guys down to the med bay. They're obviously in a lot of danger. Let's try to set some more fires over here, I guess. There we go. Fires over here will help. I mean, the alternative is we just try to kill him right now. With them more drones. Right now we're okay, though. My shields should regenerate really fast. Look at that. Holy crap, we're practically invincible. I'm not even kidding. We're practically invincible, dude. More fires. There we go. There we go. Try to hit this down. Again. There we go. Okay, so that kills another crew member. And then if we keep setting fires over here, this person's dead. Fires over here will kill this person. Okay. We're fine. Here comes another power surge, but watch this. We don't even need our cloak. Even with my pitiful amount of evasion, he can't burn through simply because I get so much power. All right, and AI has taken control of the dread ship, or the flagship. Good. Which means now we can just go ahead and finish him off. No reason not to. It just means he's going to have nobody to repair it, and that makes my life really easy. All right, that fight went fantastic. Now we need to heal up. So let's do that. Also, NG, you can't suffocate. So go and fix the breach, please. Okay, everyone is healed up, and we are ready to roll once again. All right, so we're going to go back this direction, I guess. Could just wait for it to come back to me, but, I mean, we're guaranteed to fight the flagship here. It's got a super shield. All right, we compare it. This is it. All right, they got crew teleporters or something. No, wait, they don't have crew teleporters. They do have cloaking, though. Let's try to take out another one of their shield bars. Always worth it. And the crew is dead, so there we go. And let's cloak. All right, they cloaked too. It's a standoff. Nothing for us to do except to just burn them down as fast as we can. I'd love to take out their cloaking module because that would give me a very distinct advantage. Because I would really prefer not to have to worry about that. Super shields prevent hacking. Oh, right. I kind of forgot that that was a thing. Good news is, though, my weapons charge really fast. We should be firing off as fast as we can. Basically, everything against the cloak. Knock this out. Just do damage to the super shield. We're not going to be able to do anything against him for a little while. I don't know if the beam weapon does anything, actually. We'll hold off on the particle beam. There's no point in wasting it. Okay, need my shields. Ah! All right, a little dangerous, but we're all right. Let's send some guys over here with the sensors. Okay, sensors are down. We need to make sure this fire doesn't get me killed. Cloaked again. I'm actually going to save my cloak because I think we're safe right now. Some missiles are a little scary, but it didn't hit anything that matters. I want to save this for the next big power surge because that's going to hurt. Okay, we knocked out the super shield. Time to knock out the regular shields. That didn't work. We can, however, go for a hack. Okay, he's got some breaches. I'm in a bit of trouble here. He hit my cloak pretty hard. But now we can knock out his cloak, I'm hoping. Got it? All right, go for weapons and cloaking. Take him out. There we go. Cloak is down. He's not using that against me anymore. Give us a power surge. We're going to cloak. Wow, he still hit me with 95% evasion chance. I am shocked and appalled. Let's try to knock out his weapons. Because these are the only guns he's got. We can take those out. What's he going to do? The answer is nothing. Not a dang thing. Okay, so we've taken a fair bit of damage, and a few subsystems are down, but I don't think he can hurt me. I'm going to throw everything I got at the piloting and try to prevent this guy from dodging me anymore. Then we're going to attack, let's say, this weapon, his missiles, and we can't do anything with the particle beam. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, he hit my shields. That hurt. We're in danger of you dying. Swap these guys out, put out the fires. Okay, I need a cloak because here comes some danger. Got it. And then we're going to hit you here. Still not enough to take this out. I'm shocked. Okay, his engines are down at least, so that's no more dodging for you. We're still alive, still okay. Struggling a little bit, but okay. Throw everything we got toward his shields and burn that brick down. Got him! Hey, what do you mean this was easy difficulty? I played on normal. Oh, there we go. I was about to get very angry. Hey! We finished our first run with the multiverse mod. So that's not nearly as hard and unforgiving as the Captain's Edition. This actually feels more balanced, but good lord, do you see how much content is in this? That was fun. That was a good run. I liked it. Dang, dude. All right, 5,312 for our score. And then if we go to the hangar, we can see we've unlocked the multiverse cruiser, which has artillery powered by a black hole. Ooh, that sounds cool. We also found the civilian cruiser. I feel we unlocked something else as well. Was under like slot B? Maybe not. I thought we unlocked one more ship, but I apparently am wrong. Regardless, fun run. Great mod. We have got to come back to this. This was a load of fun. Well, thank you all very much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed this as much as I did. And if so, then I would humbly ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, make sure you hit that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Kerbal Space Program 2 video. Yeah, I know it's weird. I kind of said, hey, I'm going to do more KSP1 content, but then there's been so much stuff happening in KSP2 that I feel like at the moment, when it comes to striking the balance between Kerbal Space Program 1 and Kerbal Space Program 2 content, I'll kind of default to KSP1. But whenever there's something significant happening in the world of KSP2's development, I'll make a KSP2 video. So, what in the world is happening in the world of KSP2's development that's prompted this video? Well, let me tell you, you guys probably know. Patch 1.5 is out, and it includes many performance updates and bug fixes, as well as a few new things. Firstly, some new grid fins, SpaceX style, which I didn't include in this video. Apologies, I'll put after a Falcon 9 or Starship recreation at some point to celebrate the addition of those. Also, by the way, you can see I was really struggling to build an in-stage fairing here. I just wanted the lander cam to be inside its own little fairing, but for whatever reason, I couldn't get the fairing to be built. Now, just disclaimer, this rocket is being built in the pre-patched version of the game. My internet was down when I built it, so I'm like, I'm going to build the rocket, and then when the internet's back, I will then upgrade the game to the latest patch and then build the mission. So build time-lapse will be the previous version of the game, and then you're going to run some like testing the rocket and stuff, and that's the previous version. Then when it comes to the mission itself, that'll be the newest version. So if anything, great opportunity to see how the two versions compare, because it's not just performance upgrades and then new parts being added, but also new atmospheric effects. As you may well be aware, Black Rack, creator of the popular mod Scatterer, among other things like the popular volumetric clouds mod for KSP1, has been hired by Intercept Games and is now working on Kerbal Space Program 2. And let me say, he's got off to a great start developing this game. The new atmospheric effects look brilliant. Here's a little clip of me testing this rocket. A bit wobbly, as you can see. But yeah, this is what KSP2 looked like, right? Nothing to really comment on there, but this is what the game looked like, right? We can, I guess, just fade across now. It's the continuation of the build. But when it comes to doing the flight for reals, it'll be on the latest patch of the game. You can see how the new atmosphere compares. Which brings me to what we're actually doing on this mission. Because it's not just Kerbin's atmosphere that has received some love, but also every other planet's atmosphere. Well, I guess you know, planets that have atmospheres. So Juno, Eve, Laythe, yeah, Laythe's not a planet, but whatever, same sort of thing. The celestial bodies with atmospheres have had some love. And one of the cool things about Mars, which I don't know if you know this, guys, but Juno in KSP, it's actually based on Mars, a real-life planet. But Mars has an interesting little quirk at sunset. So sunsets on Earth, as you might be aware, are orange. On Mars, they're blue. That's because Mars has a different balance of gases in its atmosphere. So Earth's atmosphere, it scatters more blue light, which means more red light is left behind when the sun is near the horizon. Before I continue on this, by the way, I'm just going to accelerate forward to a Juno transfer window, which we can all sing along at this point like that. Draw a line from Kerbin to the sun to Juno. Oh, the angle that line forms at the sun should be 45 degrees. That's what I'm doing there. And speaking of angles, for whatever reason, Time Warp made my rocket lean at a bit of an angle. So that was a bit of a shame. But hey, look at that beautiful atmosphere in the background. We'll get a good look at that as we launch. But yes, Mars's atmosphere has got very high CO2 levels, which makes it much better at scattering red light, so that you mostly see blue light when the sun is near the horizon. That's why Martian sunsets, and I guess sunrises, are blue. And that's what I wanted to check out in this game. Will Juno sunrises and Juno sunsets be blue? Let's go find out. We do need to get to Juno, so let's launch. Yeah, somewhat of a sketchy takeoff there, I guess, owing to the fact that this rocket is a bit wobbly, and the aforementioned weird tilts that it ended up being sat at upon launch. But look at that beautiful atmospheric scatter. It's a shame that we happen to be launching at a time where there are no clouds in the sky, but the clouds, they are still here. You get a good look at those as we re-enter Kerbin's atmosphere at the end of this mission. And yeah, here we are. I'm launching. I like kind of these SLS style launches, the two big SRBs, big central core, and I like messing around with the colors. Blue SLS or a green SLS. What color SLS shall we have next? Hash it out in the comments below if you want. The payload was clipping a bit through the fairing. I know I kind of said all this rocket's wobbly, and it's kind of my fault we have this big long fairing. But if you recall, wasn't actually my plan to have a fairing this big, right? I was just trying to have a little interstage fairing to cover up the land there. And the main rocket ship would have been exposed to the atmosphere, it would have been quite fairing, but I couldn't build the interstage fairing properly. So I don't know, maybe that patched in 1.5, but when I built this in 1.4, whatever, it wasn't. And there we are. Yeah, very, very noodly. I'm very excited for patch number, I don't know what number, 0.2, whatever. The one that has the 4 science update. It's going to include a big fix to Wobbly Rocket. The team has implemented a similar system to Auto Strut. From what I gather, from what they announced, you don't have to like tell the game which parts you want to be auto strutted. The craft will just automatically auto strut itself. I think, don't know, haven't played the 4 science update. But yeah, either way, Wobbly Rockets will have a massive fix in the 4 science update. But for now, they are unfortunately still very much with us. And here you can see, speaking of the rocket, oh, yeah, the fairing glitch is still there. I heard that if you change the ejection force of the fairing, that weird deployment glitch doesn't happen, but as you can see, it still happens. So if anyone does actually know how to cheese your way around that glitch, do let me know in the comment section down below. And of course, if you're enjoying the video so far, just leave a little like as well. It helps me keep my head above water, and all that, and all that stuff. Anyway, as you can see, I am actually doing an Apollo-style mission. Haven't done one of these in a while, just because I am so scared of docking ports in this game. They do tend to be very unreliable at the best of times, and I just don't really trust them. But I thought, maybe done a few performance fixes, new patch especially, maybe docking ports are a bit less dangerous. And they aren't perfect. So there weren't any like major game-breaking glitches associated with the docking ports for this mission. But I designed it very carefully. Like that's a very, very lightweight lander. So there's not much mass to wobble around on that docking port joint. I don't think my confidence in docking ports is quite at the point where I'd be willing to construct multiple launch, big interplanetary colony vessels, or just ambitious missions. Like I'm a big fan of doing Eve missions in multiple launches because of the size of the lander required. Usually it's easier to send the lander up to low Earth orbit in one launch and then launch the rest of the ship in another launch. I don't think we're quite really there yet for KSP2 because of the lack of auto strut and the fact that joints are still quite wobbly. But hopefully, again, with the 4 science update, maybe that changes. Maybe I could do an Eve mission. I really want to do an Eve return mission, but honestly, I don't think I can. My sanity can take that right now. I know there are a couple of Eve missions on YouTube of people doing Eve return missions in KSP2, and it's always quite telling that like all the comments are not, "Wow, congratulations, Eve returns are really difficult." It's, "Wow, I can't believe you managed to do that in KSP2 given the state of the game." And that's kind of my thoughts about it. Wow, you must hate yourself to put yourself through that. And I would really like to do an Eve return mission. So maybe if the game is much more stable with 4 science, I'll do an Eve return mission. Possibly even do some tutorials. I used to make a lot of tutorials for Kerbal Space Program 1, but Kerbal Space Program 2, I feel like most people who play this game at this point are kind of die-hard fans, because it's no secret that it's a very, very early access game. And I just think that people who are like new to the game are better served with KSP1 right now. It's just more stable, so it's a bit more reliable. I've heard that KSP2's like new user experience, like with the tutorials, is really, really good, but I just think the stability of the game is it's what's holding it back there for new players. In fact, it's funny, I was at Space Creator Day in October, and I met a couple of people who found my channel, obviously, because they were looking at how to play KSP, and they started with KSP2. And then I had to just give them a hug saying, "I'm very sorry that happened to you." And pretty much all of them have now transitioned to KSP1. So yeah, it's a shame. KSP2 it's got so much there. Like it's just when I was playing the game earlier today, recording this mission, I got my little Kerbals out on the surface of Juna, like the Kerbal animations and the little footstep sounds. It's like, yeah, there's just so much potential here for it to be a really good game. And I know we've all been kind of a bit worried about will it be No Man's Sky or will it be Anthemed in terms of will it just development just stop or will it actually see things through to the end? And I'm really optimistic that the 4 science announcement is a good step or a good indication that the game is definitely going to see development all the way through, or at the very least, leapfrog where KSP1 currently is. I think a big feature that I don't see get talked about very much is the EVA construction. I'm really surprised how much I ended up missing that from KSP1 because EVA construction, I don't know, I really liked that. And I never realized how much I wanted it until it was added. And now it's really hard to not have that anymore. I feel like it doesn't really play that much of a part in my videos. When I'm playing the game for fun, it's just, I don't know, it's just nice to modify your shit. Like, oh, I put a Science Junior in a weird place, and I say move that. I can do that, and I'm not expecting that to be a thing in KSP2 for many years, to be honest. But it'd be nice if that ever happens. Or we end up getting like a mod for it. Like there was a mod for it in KSP1 before it became part of the game. Although the mod was obviously not as seamlessly integrated as it was when it was actually integrated into the game. Look at that, all of that rambling, and we're now basically at Juno. We're just approaching its sphere of influence right now. I'm just time warping ahead, and then there we are. Next to map screen in just a second, or actually, never mind. I think I'm going to create my maneuver node. Yes, air braking is for noobs, as we all know. I've brought enough fuels we can circularize on engine power, and yeah, of course, with KSP2, that's what I mean. KSP2's got so much going for it. Like the maneuver node takes into account the length of time required for the burn. So I know exactly where to place the maneuver node. We get a nice circularized Juno orbit in just one burn. Now we can go ahead and time warp down towards our periapsis so we can start doing that burn. I don't know if it's visible in that shot there, but yeah, it might be. In fact, I didn't actually address this before, but you might have noticed the Unitron on the lander is just floating there and detached. And I tried to fix that by rebooting the game and doing quick loads and stuff, and it was all to no avail. That thing, unfortunately, would just be levitating away from the craft for the entirety of this mission. So apologies for that. It's not my fault, right? I'm just saying, apologize. If it lessens the viewer experience, I apologize. Apologize, eh? That's a fun, isn't it? Because of course, this is an Apollo-style mission. I feel like I said that earlier and then didn't actually clarify what that meant in case anyone was confused. Basically, it's like an Apollo-style mission in that we have a mothership that sends a separate lander down to the surface of Juno. Obviously, in the case of Apollo, it was the Apollo command module sent down the two-seat lander and sent to the moon. And yeah, that's what we're doing here basically. We have a separate lander, separate mothership, all fun. And of course, the lander is two-seater, just like the Apollo lander. But I'd say it's actually got more in common with the Blue Origin human landing system lander. You've got the engine at the bottom, then you've got the crew module, then you've got fuel tanks on top, which is something I've actually been enjoying doing with my landers recently. So thank you, Blue Origin. Now, before descending down to the surface, I wanted to have one more attempt at trying to fix that floating antenna. So I did a quick save and a quick load. Wait for it. As you can see, it made everything worse, and now the whole craft is falling apart. So I rebooted the game, and as you can see, the glitch is now fixed. How was that for a cool little transition, eh? So yeah, now it's just a case of getting our crew members, transfer them through the methane tank. Whoops! Yeah, detaching the docking ports, a little bit precarious. It seems to still catapult vessels apart rather than just, undock normally, for want of a better phrase. So yeah, the whole ship phasing apart has been fixed, but of course the Communitron floating there has not been fixed. So I don't know, I'll take my wins when I can. So I apologize. Like I've already said this, it's going to be there for the rest of the video. Just reaffirming that basically. And doesn't this? I don't know if this is like confirmation bias now or whatever. It does look like Juno's atmosphere looks really, really nice. I know it's not just sunsets and sunrises that have been tweaked. The whole atmosphere across the board has been tweaked and shown some love by Blackrock. And I must say, it looks very, very nice as we descend down through the atmosphere. And there's that big crater actually, just sort of north of our location, which we're actually seeing during our descent. Very, very interesting. I'm really looking forward to the day when propellers become a thing in this game. I know you can kind of cheese it, like you could in KSP1 prior to the Breaking Ground DLC. It'd be nice to get some proper propeller engines for exploring places like Eve and Juno, where jets don't work, but propellers potentially would. So we can explore some of the more geological features of the surface of Juno. There we are. We have touched down on the surface of Juno. A little bit of a glitch there as we get Jebediah Kerman out on EVA. Is that Jeb? Yeah, it is Jeb. I've got Jeb and Tim C. Kerman. The easy way of telling if you've got Tim C. or not is the Tim C. Kerman has a unique hairstyle. If anyone that has it. Yeah, there's a nice atmosphere. Oh, another little jump from the lander there. We can name our site Juno Yay. Why not? I'm a fun-loving individual, as you all know. And there we are. Jeb does his little dance, and then we can get Tim C. Kerman out on EVA to join him, and then we can marvel at the Juno sunset. Well, it's blue, like it should be. Look now on your phones. Let's go have a look. I always do this. I say, let's do it now, and then the footage is not actually ready to be doing that yet. But the UI has been disabled. I am messing around with the camera angle, which means I'm either looking for a thumbnail shot or we're doing it. Here we go. Let's up there. It's a bit. Oh, there we are. Aha! As you can see, we have blue light scatter as the sun sets on the surface of Juno, just as the nature intended. So there we are. Hats off to Black Rat. And yes, I've been told, I haven't seen it for myself, but I believe these people, I trust them, that Eve has a green sunset, which is what it should be if it were a real planet in real solar system. So yeah, and Black Rat, I have heard, is just getting started. And there's going to be more significant, I don't know now at this point, but I think there's going to be some more big atmospheric upgrades shipped with the Force Science update, which is next month. Can you believe it? 2023 is nearly over. What a year it's been. KSP2 came out. I think back to like February when I was being flown off to Amsterdam to play the game for the first time to where we are now. It has been, it's had its rocky moments as 2023, but what a year it's been. I'm hoping that as KSP2 continues to receive updates and becomes a good game, it'll be nice. It'll be fun. We're gonna have a fun old time. In the meantime, I'll make little videos like this just to explore kind of new features. But otherwise, we'll kind of do some more modded KSP1 videos. You've got any mod suggestions? You guys have left me loads of mod suggestions. Don't leave me any more mod suggestions. But it's kind of fun. And I'm going to make a little bit about my big controller that I built for KSP1 and then didn't make any videos of it since. Although I feel like the controller I kind of was more for me. It's not for doing like missions and flying really accurately for the sake of a YouTube video. Keyboard and mouse is kind of the way to go. Those kinds of controllers, you don't buy them because they are the superior way of playing the game. They are just like it just makes the game more fun, but it kind of makes the game more tricky, if that makes sense. So when I'm filming YouTube videos, that's why it's obvious I'm using a keyboard and mouse because I kind of need that high precision. And when I'm playing for fun, it's just so fun to turn a key and start things. I love it. And I make it. I've actually upgraded it. It's bigger now, so I'm going to make a video about that at some point. So look forward to all of that. So I'm teasing future videos. Whilst this video hasn't even wrapped up. In fact, the most significant part of the mission, all of our Juno surface activities, selecting our mothership as the target and then launching again, I just didn't even talk about at all. So I apologize for that. Lots of apologies in this video, aren't there? So that's just what you get with this channel, I suppose. But yeah, speaking of, the whole KSP2 launch where we are now subject, we'll just finish that quickly. I had decided to do a little bit of game preservation, if you will. So on Steam, you can actually change your game's version. So if you don't like a certain upgrade or an update to a game, or the update broke all your mods and you want to use those mods, you want to go back to the previous version, just at least until those mods have updated themselves, you can do that. And I suddenly thought it would be really cool to have preserved on my hard drive the very first version of Kerbal Space Program 2. The first version that came out day one, that little disaster happens, where the Kerbal Space Center follows you to orbit, and among other big things. I thought it'd be cool to maybe like in 5 or 6 years, or maybe I'll run out of ideas in the next 6 months and then do it then. It'd be cool to kind of try and do a mission in the very first version of Kerbal Space Program 2. Just so that, again, it's a free video idea, firstly, but also it's a good test of skill and perseverance and mental hardiness, I guess, and also be a good showcase of seeing just how far we've come. Because I think one of the things we have in KSP2 is the fact that, there's been all these patches, but nothing's really changing, and it's all been small upgrades. And yeah, the game still has glitches. This video has showcased a great many of those glitches. But I think if we were to compare even where we are now versus the release state of the game, it would be pretty night and day. So it'd be cool to kind of do updating a couple of roadmap updates, going back to the first version of the game. That's a little video idea that's sticking there. If you've got any ideas of good fun ways in which we can explore the jankiness of KSP2 version 1, I'm all ears in the comments, but I think I'm just going to let that video idea cook for a bit. But the reason I kind of backed it up because I kind of worry that eventually it might just get removed from the Steam beta option. So on Steam, you right click the game, and then there's a tab that says betas, and then you can choose which version of the game you want to be running. If you want to be running the most up-to-date version, and I'm worried at some point that version might just get removed from Steam. Now, It's backed up forever. And of course, KSP2 and KSP1 are DRM free. They'll always run. So I made a couple of copies, backed them up. So I've got that now in my little arsenal of videos to do when I don't have any ideas for a different week, I guess. Another video idea I had, and this is probably like not really good enough for the main channels, is to be like potentially a YouTube members or Patreon exclusive video. You can sign up for either those using the link below if you want to help support what I do here. But yeah, at the ESA event where we played KSP2 for the first time, I didn't just create I think I made 3 videos that week of using footage I captured at the ESA event. I didn't just record like 3 lots of video. I just recorded one giant, like 3.5 hour
Alright,
long
that's it.
video.
It's looking really good in the back. I might do something tomorrow, stream-wise. We'll see. But this has been a good long one, so we've gotten a lot of stuff done. I'm done with the last third book. So we're gonna go to the 4th book after that. So I'm really happy with it.
Live reactions. Obviously, I'm trying to like ham things up on the camera. Like,
See y'all.
guys, here I am in Amsterdam. But it is my genuine very first time playing the game. And yeah, I think that would be kind of a cool thing to do. But I